From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning as the case may be across all these many time zones. And welcome to another edition of Coast to Coast AM live talk radio throughout the nighttime. Good to be here. We're going to do something a little different first. You may recall, I think it was the end of last week. Yes, it was. Saturday morning. I read you a story that was faxed to me by somebody in Columbia, Missouri, and I thought it incredible. The story is entitled, Kansas City Man Tries to Build Time Machine on Porch. Now, in case you don't remember the general tenure of the article, I'm going to remind you now. Kansas City Associated Press. When a Missouri factory worker set out to make a time machine on his back porch, the contraption he came up with was not completely off the mark, theoretically, according to scientists. With a high-voltage electrical transformer that Michael Markham had hooked up to two vertical metal rods would more likely have killed him or blown up his house than carried him into the past or future. Time travel, though enticingly possible in the mathematics of Einstein's theory of relativity, is not likely in the physical universe, they say. They go on, quote, it is a very interesting area, though. There are theoretical physicists working on those areas, and I will not say that it's total nonsense. This was according to the chairman at the physics department at the University of Missouri at Kansas City. But he went on, it's not something that you can demonstrate with batteries. And I guess that was Michael's problem. So are the Stanberry police, who say the voltage that Markham had diverted into the contraption caused power interruptions in and around the northwest Missouri town of about 1,300. Markham had connected the metal rods to the terminals of a transformer, one of 6 stolen from a utility company, in hopes of creating a large spark gap with ascending electrical arcs. Markham was arrested January 29th on a felony charge of stealing the transformers from a St. Joseph Light and Power generating station in King City. He pleaded guilty last month, was placed on 5 years probation. Police said the transformers had a capacity of 12 to 76,000 volts each, enough to easily cause electrocution or an explosion. Markham, who told police that he has 2 years of college-level electrical engineering, said he was building a time machine, but didn't have enough power for it. That's according to the Stanberry police chief, Tom Hampton. Hampton said, quote, he's not nuts. He appears to be an intelligent person with a lack of common sense. Maybe. Hampton said Markham told officers he had not tried to enter the spark gap, and neither had anyone else. If anyone had, they probably would have been electrocuted, not transported in time. Presumably, he decided that if he got enough electricity together, he could build a time machine, because there is the concept that if you're going to do it, it's going to require an enormous amount of energy. So there it was, and you know me and these kinds of stories, and how I'm fascinated by time. So I set out to find young Mr. Markham, and I found him. It wasn't easy. I went through a couple of our affiliates, and then I just started going to phone directories and rooting about, and lo and behold, there was a new number, and it was Michael's, and I've got Michael here. And so I thought I would ask him, and I did a little earlier today, and we're going to go through it right now and find out exactly what it is Michael was trying to do. We'll get back to him in just a moment. Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
Good. First of all, had you heard that story before?
Oh,
yeah, the one I just read?
Yeah.
You've heard that, huh?
Yeah. It's like I'm, collecting clippings on it now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
How old are you, Michael?
21.
21. Pretty young.
Yeah, very.
Now, let's go kind of back through the story like you and I did earlier today. This all began... Well, why did it... Well, that's a good question. I didn't even ask that. Why did this begin in the first place? What were you trying to do in the first place?
Originally, I just set out to make a fancy Jacob's ladder, and this was like what it turned out to be. I didn't
All right, a lot of people don't know what a Jacob's ladder is. Tell them what it is.
Simply, in a nutshell, it's like two metal rods with a spark going up in between it. And once it reaches the top, it starts back to the bottom again.
So just that kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Like from a Frankenstein movie.
Yeah, that's where they got started at.
Okay, well, there are ways to do that. The Van de Graaff generator, for example. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
But you were going to do it with, well, actually, how were you going to do it? So you told me something about winding your own transformer?
Yeah, that's what I originally did, and it's like I like used it was like real touchy, and what I did was I used a laser, modified CD laser for it.
Well, let's stay with the transformer for a moment. Yeah. How did you wind this transformer? How did you do that?
Oh, well, it's pretty simple, really, but you just take these metal plates and glued them together.
Glued them together, yeah.
Yeah, and in the simplest transformers, there's the two coils, your primary and your secondary.
Right.
And
is it like making a giant ball of string or something? In other words, you just keep winding and winding and winding it around?
Yeah. Well, there's like technical things, but simply put, it's like your primary coil will have like maybe 400 turns, or it depends on how many watts you want to make it to.
Right.
Let's say it's 400 turns in your primary, and there's 4,000 turns in your secondary. 10 times the turns, and then you'll get 10 times the voltage.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you is that about what you did? 400 and 4,000?
Well, the small transformer had to change to 100. I don't know how many turns. I lost count. I never bothered to count the second. About 450 turns in the primary.
So you just kept winding.
Yeah, until I got roughly 20,000 volts.
20,000 volts?
Yeah.
So you went from 110 to 20,000?
Yeah, roughly.
Roughly. All right. Without, I take it, very much current.
Well, actually quite a bit, about roughly, it was drawing about 3,000 watts, so.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was let's see, it was probably about 10th of an amp.
10th of an amp, all right. Well,
that's a considerable amount when it's 20,000 volts behind it.
Oh, yeah, that'd knock you right on your butt.
Oh, yeah.
So then you did this, you built this thing, and you had the arc, and you were able to achieve the arc, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so here you have this beautiful arc going, and, or was it not quite going the way you wanted it to?
Well, it was like a little bit it was like kind of touchy, because it's like the bottom of the metal rods.
Right.
Where the spark starts, if they're too close together, the spark will stick. But if they're too far apart, it won't arc at all. So it was like real touchy. If I moved a fraction of a millimeter, the thing stuck, and if I moved it too far apart, it didn't do anything. So what I set out to do was use the heat from a laser to
get it started or something?
Yeah, like get it going by itself.
I see. The heat from a laser. That's interesting. So it would the heat from a laser would attract the spark, sort of?
Well, yeah, in a way, the heat from the laser lowers the resistance to the air is what it does.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you got this laser by how'd you get the laser?
Well, I practically made it from scratch. I took a CD laser and redid all the electronics in it, kind of like reinforcing it, you'd say.
A CD laser. So you tore apart a CD player.
Yeah.
and so then you got the laser. Did it do what you wanted it to do? Start the spark?
Yeah, it's like had some other effects I didn't expect.
Well, and therein lies the story. Other effects you didn't expect, like what?
Well, it's like that spark's pretty hot, so you're going to have like a heat signature like right above it. But
you mean kind of like a haze? a hazy glow or something?
Well, kind of like wavy. If you ever take a lighter and like look right above it, you'll see see the heat from it.
That's right.
You know, it's like real faint. But no, I was expecting. I knew that it was going to be like probably an extra like a bigger heat signature from the laser, but this one was like strange, like almost right above it. It was like the regular heat signature, but it was like a kind of like it was like almost kind of like circular shaped in the center.
Sort of like a glow.
Not really a glow. It's like if you don't really look at it, you can't see it. It's like normal. No.
Is it like you know when you're out in the desert in the middle of summer and you see the shimmering coming off a road?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Yeah, but it's like, and normally those are just wavy lines straight up and down, kind of.
Right.
But this one had the straight up and down ones. They were like kind of like circular. It's like kind of like circular shaped in the center.
Huh.
And that was like it's like I didn't know at first I didn't know what it was. I'm not 100% certain now. It's like that's what I'm working on now, trying to.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute. You're back at this again?
Huh?
You're back at this again, are you?
Yeah. I'm just like picking up where I left off, but this time I'm like not doing anything illegal.
Now, when I we'll get to that. When I called you earlier today, you said, "Gee, it's well you caught me or something. I just got out of jail."
Well, I got out of jail I got out of jail March 30th.
March 30th. Well, that's pretty much just out of jail.
Yeah.
And you're able to do this program tonight because you are more or less not employed.
Yeah, I got all kinds of free time right now.
Were you employed, Michael, at back when you got in trouble?
When I was arrested, yeah, I was.
So
in fact, I was like supposed to go to work the next day.
So in other words,
I got arrested.
So in other words, this cost you your job.
In a way, because there's like other things branching off this, but my boss thought I contaminated his plant with PCBs, but that's another story.
I guess from the Transformers, huh?
Yeah, because one of the Transformers that...
Well, wait a minute. We're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back. We're with your first small contraption. That's all I can think of to call it. And you told me something about throwing a bolt or a screw or something.
Yeah, sheet metal screw. See, I didn't know what this thing was, and it was like, I don't know, I just got the notion to throw a screw in it to see, like, what it did. Because I never saw anything like that before. And I was like, kind of like testing it.
Yeah, a screw, I guess, would be as good as anything else.
Yeah.
Mine might do that, too. All right, so you threw a screw into the...
circular thing.
Circular area.
Yeah, it's like I've talked to a couple of physicists. They call it a vortex, but...
all right, you threw it into what we'll call the vortex.
Yeah.
All right, what happened to the screw?
Well, I had this thing setting on a table, right? Yeah. And I threw it in there, and I didn't see it after that.
It disappeared?
Yeah, roughly. I did it 3 times. It's like my laser burned up, so I knew it'd do that. I just didn't think it'd do it so quick. But
so it probably provided such a high SWR, it's called, standing wave ratio to the laser, that it burned it up.
Yeah, because I knew it. It's like pushing that farther than it was designed for is what it was.
Mm-hmm. But you're telling me this thing disappeared.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. It did one or two things. It went half a second into the future, and then it caught up with it, or I made like a real intense magnetic field. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
All right, this is fascinating, Michael. It really is, because there are aspects of what you have done that are very much like, I've interviewed the people who did the Philadelphia experiment, Michael.
Yeah, that's what the Montauk Project is.
Yeah, and you're messing with the same sort of stuff. You're messing with the same sort of stuff. Oh, well, anyway, all right, so continue with the story. You got this, it disappeared, you blew up your laser, And then you sat there thinking, wow, I did something different here.
Yeah, it's like it freaked me out. It's like at first I thought I was seeing things, but
So what'd you do? Go away and think about it for a day or two or a week? Or when did you finally get this brilliant light bulb of an idea to build a larger unit?
well, it's like a half. It's like a half a second is not very much. But I figure if I make a bigger one to send it farther, that way I could really like tell if it's like really like if I was like sending it through time or if I was just sending it through an intense magnetic field.
Well, right. But what I mean is, how long did you think about whether you wanted to build a? Did it occur to you right away when you blew up your little one? I'm going to build a bigger one.
First I was like after that thing burned out, after all the smoke cleared.
Smoke.
Yeah.
In other words, there was sort of a reaction to the screw.
Well, no, where the laser, when I say the laser burned up, it literally caught fire, the electronics.
Caught fire.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Well, all right, so your equipment was smoldering.
Yeah. And it's like I was thinking about just like rebuilding the laser, because the basic part of the laser's fine, but the part of the electronics, like, they were like totally ruined. And I was thinking,
just rebuild the electronics and try it again.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, but I figured because basically I almost have to start from scratch except building the transformer.
Mm-hmm.
But so I figured I'd make just a bigger version of what I did.
So, wanting a big transformer, you needed a lot of voltage to do this, right?
Yeah, 2,000 volts will arc, but it's like 2,000 volts. That's like very touchy.
And 10,000 or 20,000 volts really arcs.
Yeah. Well, it's the wattage to make it arc. A welder will arc when it's only like 10 volts because there's so much amperage behind it. But
that's right. Mm-hmm.
But you have to like get it real close. It's like and it's at 2,000 volts. It has to be within like half the bottom. The space between the rods at the bottom has to be like half a millimeter apart for an arc.
How far apart were your two rods on the first small machine you built?
About 2 inches.
2 inches. Oh, that's pretty good space.
Yeah.
So then it dawns on you, let's build a big one.
Yeah.
So now, I didn't ask you about this earlier, but in order to get enough voltage and current, you needed a big transformer. Now,
yeah.
It's true the power company has big transformers.
Yeah.
Really nice ones.
Yeah.
And how did it dawn on you to, what's the word we should use, borrow one of the, or several of the power company's transformers?
How did I get the idea for it?
Yeah, I mean, you knew you needed a transformer. How did it occur to you?
Well, originally what I was going to do is I was originally going to like buy them. Like there's like a transformer company in Kansas City that makes them for the power company. And
well, there was an idea.
Yeah, but it's like I could have like saved my money and bought those, but those are expensive.
How much is a transformer? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I'll give you an idea. When I buy them from the factory, I buy them at wholesale. But the St. Joseph Light and Power, the power company I stole them from, they valued the 6 transformers I took. They valued them at $13,600 some.
Oh my! So that's not shoplifting. All right, Michael, hold on a moment. We've got a little business to do here, and we'll get right back to you. My guest is a very unusual person. My guest is Michael Markham, and he's in the business of building a time machine, and now he's going to go to work on it again. Wow. Michael Markham, back with us in just a moment with more about time travel. All right, we'll get to the phones. Be patient with me. We're talking to Michael Markham. Maybe some might be tempted to call him Madman Markham. God, I love this music. Back now to Michael. Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
They don't call you Madman Markham, do they?
I haven't been called that yet.
I just made that up, Michael. Don't let it bother you. All right, so here we are, wanting now to build our big At this point, what were you calling it, by the way? Obviously, it was no little entertainment thing anymore.
Well, it's like I said, I'm not sure what this thing was. It was either an intense magnetic field or some sort of time machine.
Well, actually, it would have been a combination of electrical and a magnetic field, I guess.
Yeah.
So anyway, plans got big. You decided you wanted to build a great big one. So, according to the story, you had 2 big poles on your porch. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3/8-inch metal rods.
Really? How big?
You mean how long?
Yeah.
Roughly 4 feet.
Oh, that would have made a big spark.
Yeah.
Big spark. And so you had the rods, and you needed the transformers desperately.
Yeah.
You probably could have saved up for it, but you didn't. You made a mistake.
Yeah.
And you.
In a hurry.
So what did you do? Did you sneak into their yard?
Oh, you mean
In other words, how'd you get the transformers? You didn't heist them off a pole, of course.
Oh, heck no.
So
They were noticed immediately. They were gone then. But these were just sitting by a substation in King City.
Just sitting there.
They were just sitting. Yeah, just sitting. They've been sitting there for ever since I moved to Missouri. So.
You hated to see them languishing without use.
Yeah. Well, they were just sitting there rusting, and heck, they don't even use them. Heck, in fact, right now they just got them put away for safekeeping. They say so.
Probably historical record.
Yeah, now.
So anyway, what did you do? Take a pickup truck? Those things are heavy, aren't they?
Yeah. The biggest one I had weighed 350 pounds.
Ooh. Well, then you must have had an accomplice.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Couple of them?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't talked to them. Their court date was the same as mine, and they didn't look too happy with me. So.
I'm sure they weren't.
No.
So anyway, somehow you talked them into helping you out in this venture.
Yeah.
And you snuck down there, no doubt, late at night.
Well, it was right in broad daylight.
Broad daylight?
Yeah, roughly 11 o'clock in the morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And so in broad daylight, you took the transformers, loaded them up in a pickup truck, I guess?
Yeah.
And hauled them to your house.
Yep.
I see. And you had how many of them?
6.
Why 6, Michael?
Well,
I mean, why did you feel you needed 6?
Well, originally I was just going to take a couple of them, but it's like
You got carried away.
Yeah, pretty much.
I see. All right. So you got the transformers to your house, and then you, I guess, hooked up the secondary. No, it would have been the primary of the transformer to the poles, correct?
Yeah, basically I just hooked it backwards.
Yeah, that's right, backwards. So the primary was hooked to the poles. The secondary, you hooked up to the power coming into your home?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What happened when you did that, by the way?
Well, I didn't get to the big version of it. I didn't get the laser part yet. I was going to order that from New Jersey.
Had you produced a large spark with it?
Yeah. That's another thing too. Before I was like arrested on the 30th, and on February 3rd, I was going to pick up like 60 feet worth of cable so I can reinforce the cable to my house. So.
You mean actually coming in from the pole?
Yeah.
What were you going to do? Climb the pole?
Pretty much.
Oh, Michael.
Because I figured if I called the power company and had them reinforce the cable to my house, I'd like draw suspicion. So.
Well, I'm sure it would. Yes, it would. You would want to know why.
Yeah, why I need a cable that carries 2,000 amps instead of the usual 200.
Now, so you did though. You nevertheless hooked it up and you turned it on, didn't you?
Yeah, I hooked up the smallest one that I could hook up without like overloading the cable and causing a fire.
Yeah. What happened?
Well, it's pretty. Just that in itself is just like a giant Jacob's ladder, like a.
How far apart were you able to get these poles and still produce the spark?
About 18 inches.
18 inches.
Yeah, it was the smallest one I had. It was changed. changed 240 to 12,470.
12,470. So when you did this, according to the newspaper, you blacked out or browned out portions of your whole town. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was like overloading the power grid because I was drawing more power than I thought it was.
Well, what got you caught? Was that what got you caught?
No, in a nutshell, a friend of mine was at my house. Well,
Somebody squealed on you.
I don't know what happened, but exactly, and I'll probably never know. That's in the past. I ain't really worried about that now. But what happened was a friend of mine, like from my house, shot a BB gun, like shot out my next door neighbor's sliding glass door window.
Really?
Yeah, and I like got the cops snooping around. So.
And they just happened to see this incredible rig on your porch.
No, they came. That happened at roughly. I can't remember. This was back in the end of January. That happened around noon or 1 o'clock or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they came by with a search warrant at 11 o'clock at night. So
obviously they had seen it then, and they decided.
They'd never been in the house.
Right, but they didn't have to be to see the porch, did they?
Well, it was like the porch was closed in. All the windows were boarded up.
Oh, I see.
Like stuff like that, I like try to keep out of sight.
Could it be? I guess, Michael, when you started a big gap, an 18-inch gap like that, it would have created an intense white light.
Well, let's see, it was a 5,000 watt spark, so it was.
It would have been very intense, and
it's like
maybe from your neighbor's perspective, Michael, they would hear this, and their lights would dim, and they'd look over they'd look over at your porch, and they'd see this white light streaming out from all the little cracks and places, and they'd get worried. Could that be?
That's a possibility. But
all right. So
no, the main thing they were like, it's like they was like a. That's the reason. That's one of the reasons I moved from Stanberry, because half that town wants my head on a pole. I have the feeling.
You mean they don't like you now?
Well, it's like I don't know if this is just another unfounded rumor or not, but like a lot of those people's television sets are ruined and stuff like that because I was like drawing so much power, and it's like normally it's between 110 and 120 volt outlet, and well, it's like they were estimating. This is what I've heard. I don't know if it's a fact or not, but they were estimating I was like bringing it down to like 80 volts, 80 and 90 volts.
That is damaging to electronic gear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of people in town with appliances that now are door stops are probably not happy with you.
Yeah, pretty much. Most of it is just like lights would flicker, like dim real bad and stuff like that. But evidently, it's people that were just having to be watching TV when I operated it. See, I operated that thing at night too, so
yeah.
That way, not a whole lot of people were like. I hadn't see at first when I hooked this thing up. I thought it was a 5,000 watt spark. I figured it'd be see these transformers ain't as efficient as I first thought they would be. Yeah. Well. It was like drawing a heck of a lot more than I thought.
A lot more current?
Yeah.
Yeah. You weren't going to walk into the middle of that spark gap, were you?
No. I was like, made the big version. If it did the same thing, I was like going like throw something else for it, like not something that's like.
Something a little bigger than a screw to disappear, maybe.
Yeah, like maybe an orange or something like that. And if it came out like in one piece without getting fried to crisp,
then you would have walked in?
Well, there's other things too. It's like the Philadelphia experiment. People were like, from what I've heard, people were
buried in the deck.
Yeah, embedded in walls and stuff like that.
Yeah, because you can't tell where you're coming back out.
Yeah, because you lose your time lock, but.
Would you have eventually done it if the orange came out okay, and then maybe you tossed a cat in or something? The cat came out.
I don't want to say that, but I figured.
You were going to toss a cat in.
Well, if everything else came out all right, like totally unscathed.
then the cat would have gone in.
I'd probably try something that was alive and small, like a grasshopper or something like that.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Before the cat.
Yeah.
All right, Michael, hold on. We'll be right back to you. We're going to find out what he's experimenting with right now, and I may take a couple calls here. All right, Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
Good. Michael, now you're a free man again, out of the pokey, and ready to begin experiments I've just learned all over again. You're going to do this again, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. Well, you don't give up easily, I'll say that for you.
Nope.
By the way, what did everybody think of you when you were in jail? I assume you told them this story.
Well, until the media started taking it seriously, everybody thought I was a nutcase.
Mm-hmm. You sound sane to me.
Yeah, pretty much.
A little on the wild side, but sane. Anyway, so what are you going to do now? How are you going to rebuild it, in other words?
Right now I'm just basically saving my money and do what I originally set out to do, buy them.
You're going to buy the transformers?
Yep.
What would be the legality of your using them if you bought them? Would that be perfectly legal?
Should be. I mean, as long as I don't might get into EPA violations if I take them apart and get oil all over the place and stuff like that, but as long as I don't do anything like that. You
mentioned you lost your job. How did your employer think you polluted his workplace with PCPs? I mean, you had not taken these apart, right?
Well, one of them I couldn't use, and I didn't really want to take it back there and get caught taking it back, so figured I might as well strip the copper out of it and sell the copper.
So you took it apart?
Yeah, and I didn't really just dump it on the porch. That was kind of like an accident, but I was taking the oil and putting it in a plastic wastebasket. Well, it's this was only a 3,000 watt transformer. That's pretty small for a pole, utility pole. Mm-hmm. But it weighs 150 pounds, and I was the only one doing it, and my finger slipped, and I ended up dropping it and dumping 10 gallons of oil all over the back porch. Yeah, and anyway, I ended up getting it all over me too because it splattered, and evidently anyhow, it's got all the back porch. Well, anyhow, the shoes that I was wearing at the time also were the shoes I wear to work. And he thought I tracked PCBs into where he used to work. He thought I tracked them into his plant. Tracked PCBs in his plant.
I see. So that was the end of your job?
Well, he didn't really say that, but I have that feeling. Because he asked me who and all was in my house, who and all was around those transformers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Has the EPA knocked on your door yet, Michael?
No. It turns out it turns out the transformer I took apart. I tried telling them that, but they wouldn't take my word for it. The transformer I took apart is too old. It was darned old. It was too old. It was 4 PCBs were around. It turned out just to be plain old crude oil.
Oh, I'm sure you were personally relieved a little about that.
Well, it's I was almost certain that was all it was, because I'll put it this way: the last time that the transformer was even checked was in 1924. So
I see. Well, so you're going to try this again. You're going to save up money, buy the stuff, and try it again. Are you going to do it on the big scale the way you did last time?
Yeah, pretty much. It'll just right now.
Going to be on your back porch?
Well, I'm living in an apartment right now, and yeah, I'm on the 3rd floor too. So I'll probably move before I do that.
That might be good.
Yeah.
That might be good. That might not go well in an apartment.
Yeah. Plus the power that's going to my apartment is only 10,000 watts. So if I draw more than that, I'll overload the transformer and blow it.
Just a theoretical question for you. Let's say that you produced a time machine, Michael, and you actually managed to go either forward or reverse in time. What would you use it for?
The time machine?
Uh-huh.
Heck, there's possibilities are endless. Pretty much.
Yeah, I guess they are. I guess I'm asking, Michael, would you use it to make money?
That'd be one of the things I'd do. It wouldn't be the only thing I'd do. I mean, give an example. Right now there's like an AIDS plague, kind of like a 20th century Black Death, but
That's right.
you know, so I don't know exactly when they're going to have like a vaccine for AIDS or anything like that,
But you might try to bring one back.
Yeah.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Michael,
Same thing with cancer and stuff like that.
Well, it's true. It is true. Let me bring a caller on and see. Every line is lit up here, and I'm curious what the audience has to say about this. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Yes, hi, it's Maureen from Redding, California.
Yes.
Hi. Unless I'm misunderstanding your guest there and yourself, I am just really blown away by exactly what you have been talking about, because I've always been real impressed with you, Art, as far as I've always thought you as to be a person of high intelligence, what have you. Your guests you've had on your show in the past, I've always been impressed with that. But this has got to be the lamest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You don't believe it?
Well, it's basically let's teach somebody how to make an atomic bomb, what have you.
What do you think about that, Michael? How do you feel about that? Would you build an atomic bomb if you could?
Build an atomic bomb? No, I doubt it.
See, he wouldn't go for an atomic bomb, ma'am. He's talking about time travel. Now, what's so bad about that?
Well,
I mean, do you think it's dangerous or what?
No, well, I think it's just very dangerous as far as I'm sure some of the listeners that you have.
Okay. Maybe this will help. Ma'am. Listen, everybody. Do not try this at home.
Well, see, basically, you're going step by step by step.
That's right.
With him.
We absolutely are. That's right.
Why are you doing that?
Well, why do you think? Are you worried that somebody's going to do this at home and fry themselves?
Of course. There's idiots out there in the world.
Well, yeah, but ma'am, there are people. I could interview somebody who walked off a cliff. Do you think that would mean that my listeners would walk off a cliff?
I really doubt you would have a guest on there who would try to walk off a cliff. I have always looked at you.
But what I'm saying is,
my opinion of you has always been a person. I really admire you, Art Bell.
Now you're disappointed.
And I enjoy your show, and you're a very intelligent human being. And I'm totally blown away that you would have somebody such as the guest you have on tonight.
Why?
And I'm sorry if I'm.
Well, the question is why.
Because of the subject that you are discussing.
Yes.
Basically, there are adults out there in this world who have a childlike mind who will be ignorant enough to try this kind of thing at home.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Michael?
Yeah.
I'm going to hold you over a little bit. This is too much fun. Now, tell him, Michael, say, don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home.
Thank you, Michael. Stand by. We're going to do a little news, and we'll be right back. Good morning. I have a guest, and his name is Michael Markham. Affectionately, we'll call him Madman Markham. And he's in Missouri. I think he's in Missouri. And, Michael, I read the story last week, and I'm not going to go through it again, but it's entitled Kansas City Man Tries to Build Time Machine on Porch. Now, long story short, he built a small, it wasn't supposed to be a time machine to begin with. It was just supposed to produce an arc and be cool. And his small model, which he used a laser from a CD to cause the spark to begin to move up Jacob's ladder. It's what it's called, Jacob's ladder. When he got it all going, he noticed a very strange, sort of shimmery effect above the arc, and he threw a screw into it, common screw, and the screw disappeared. Well, now we're into something else. So our hero, Michael, went over to the power company and stole 6 power transformers, which he then hooked up to his line at home and made a giant model on his back porch using 2 gigantic poles, about 4 feet high. and he got himself a big Jacob's ladder. He also ruined a number of appliances, browned out most of the town that he lives in, and that, of course, is where the police entered the picture and appropriated Michael's transformers. He lost his job. He went to jail. He's recently out. I somehow found him yesterday. We've been interviewing him for an hour, and we will continue to do so in a moment. Every line is jam-packed full, so a lot of people want to talk to Michael. A couple of faxes that have come in. Here's one. Art, all my life, I've been reading books and collections of unsolved mysteries and events. Several times I've come across a story about archaeologists discovering a perfectly machined, completely modern sheet metal screw. This screw was embedded in a piece of quartz that is at least 10 million years old. This has always been a totally unexplainable, unsolved mystery until tonight. Dave in New Brownville, Texas. Then this, great show, Art. If time travel is possible, be aware the Earth, solar system, and universe are traveling thousands of miles per hour. If Michael's screws traveled through time, they'd be far from here in space. That's from Albany, Oregon. And this, I'm going to fax a diagram to you, basically what your guest is talking about, except that it will not work with electrical energy. A massive power source, such as your guest is speaking about, would create something that is more than anyone at this time would want to deal with. This system was being played with in Colorado without getting into names using low-frequency EMF. This, hey, Art, I think the time machine idea is interesting, but did the bolt come back exactly the same? Was the bolt analyzed to see if the material had changed at all? And on and on and on. I've got a whole pile of faxes here. Michael, did anybody analyze the bolt?
No. I was just by looking at it, it weighed the same. It looked the same. It looks exactly the way it did before I threw it in.
So the bolt literally disappeared from view. I mean, when you threw it in and it went into the field, Michael, it, in other words, it disappeared. When it came back, was it still suspended in air, and then did it drop down, or what?
Well, like I said, this thing was like sitting on a table, right? Normally when you like throw something, it'll like follow a parabola and land.
That's right.
Well, I didn't see it like go through the air. I just saw it appear on the table.
Wow. So, in other words, you threw it, and in midair, it literally disappeared, and when next you saw it, it was laying on the table.
Yeah, and I did that 3 times because I figured, well, maybe I'd like miss seeing it like go through the air.
And the third time you did it, I take it that's when your laser blew up.
Yeah. I was like going through that several times. I was like going to like turn it off and borrow a camcorder and get it on tape.
Oh boy, I wish you'd done that.
Yeah, but
sure you do too.
Yeah.
These are always things, though, that you think about later. Let's keep perusing the phone lines here and see what people have to say about it. It's really interesting. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Hi.
Hi, this is Stanbury, Missouri.
Are you
enlisting officer?
Oh, you are the.
Tom Hampton.
Hi, Mike. How you doing, boy?
Hey, you still got my diary, don't you?
You bet. Sitting here on the desk.
You are the arresting officer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be darned.
Wow.
It's great to meet you. I don't know if it's great for Michael. Are you guys friends?
Well, are we friends, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of.
Well, listen, maybe, officer, you can give us all of this from your perspective. What did you find when you arrived at Michael's house?
Well, we knocked on the door. There was 8 of us in the 13.
8 of you?
Yes. There's one officer in Stanbury, then we had county deputies and Missouri Highway Patrol to assist.
Let me back up a little, officer. You got a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, because you suspected something was going on. What was the basis of the warrant? What did you think was going on there?
We had received information that Michael had these transformers in his residence, and that they had been stolen. And after checking with my local utility, which we have our own utility service here in Stanbury, we found out they were from here. We checked with St. Joe Light and Power out of King City, and the man didn't know they were gone until we called him. And that's where we found out they were stolen, and we had, with the information we had, it gave us enough information to go ahead and get a search warrant.
So you got access to the resident with a warrant, and look, what did you find?
Oh, we found Michael asleep. Sorry, we had to wake him up. But we found the transformer he'd made into a piggy bank in the, I guess you'd call it a dining room. On the back porch was the transformer that he'd used to make his Jacob's ladder. And then there were 4 more transformers in a secondary bedroom.
Uh-huh. And so then off Michael went to the pokey, I presume.
Yes, went to the, as we call it, the Albany Hilton. In jail.
Well, this is quite an incredible story. How did you feel that, I mean, did you think you were dealing with a madman or what?
No, I had met Mike, I guess about the second day after he came into the state on another search warrant deal.
I see.
And talked to him just a little bit that day. He appeared to be an intelligent person, what I considered above average intelligence on some things. And then he was here in Stanbury. I had calls because people didn't know who he was, a stranger from out of town.
He says he's not particularly welcome in that town now, that a number of people feel as though their appliances may have gone belly up because of his experiments.
Well, I haven't personally had any comments of that nature. I did hear your earlier part of your broadcast where he browned out the majority of town, which was not right. It was just a small section, approximately 2 blocks, where we had a little problem where the lights would flicker and brown out a little bit.
Had this been occurring frequently?
No, it actually hadn't. It happened a few times, and it quit happening. We found out from Mike that he moved his experiment to later at night when people wouldn't notice it.
Aha. Wise decision. This is quite a story, officer. I'm absolutely glad you called. Michael, is there anything you'd like to ask him, or the other way around?
Think about it, Mike.
Are you suggesting that Michael should not proceed to try this again?
I personally wouldn't, because of all the hazards involved. Electricity is a very dangerous toy.
Indeed.
And it's just one slip and it's your last slip. I wouldn't do it. Well, I did like his electric cigarette lighter he had. You might have him explain that to you.
His electrical cigarette lighter?
Yes.
All right, officer.
The one I made out of the microwave?
Yeah.
Officer, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate you calling the arresting officer in the case. Wow. All right, Michael, what about your cigarette lighter? What's this?
Heck, I still got it now, but basically I turned my microwave. It's still a microwave, but I made a cigarette lighter out of it too.
Out of what?
My microwave.
Your microwave oven?
Yeah. There's like a transformer inside that, and basically.
You like transformers, don't you, Michael?
Yeah, it's kind of like I guess you'd call it a hobby. That's like I've always been interested in. That's like I've always been interested. Heck, I've been interested in those things since I was like 12 or 13. So. You
know, there were physicists in this article who commented that you were actually more or less on the right track. I mean, they sort of, even though they didn't think you should be doing it, they more or less endorsed the direction you were going in with regard to time travel.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of with you. I mean, I know the young lady and the officer is saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Yeah.
But
well, it's like they're afraid I'm going like turn myself into fried bacon or something.
Well,
like
of course, and you may.
Yeah.
You may. I mean, there is that risk, isn't there?
Yeah, because with high voltage, you don't have to touch it. You just get too close to it, and you're a goner.
You get in the corona, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah.
And that's actually what you were talking about doing ultimately, getting in that corona.
Yeah.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Hello.
Armmeister, Sky.
Yes.
In New Orleans.
New Orleans, yes.
Yes, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah, first off, I think I'd like to party with you, dude. What I like about him, he's asking two of my favorite questions of all time. What if we try this, and also why not?
It really is true. And with a comment of the physicists here in the article, I mean, I really do understand his investigative, curious mind. I'm very much the same way.
Right, because anything's possible unless it's already been proven physically not to be possible. But just a couple comments and then one question. One, I hope you're taking and leaving very good note, because, you know, you may send yourself into the wild blue yonder.
Yeah.
And someone can maybe pick up where you left off, even though we would say we'd miss you.
Yeah.
And next thing is, if you do see yourself making progress, I'm sure you'll be taking everything, you know, wisely and step by step. Do not let any kind of big company, bureaucracy, or anything horn in or try and get in on a piece of the action, because you know what that'll end up being like, just like everything else. It'll be totally taken away from your control, and you'll just be more or less cast to the wayside.
Yeah, that's like what I'm worried about right now. Cause,
yeah. I would just move carefully before you make any decision or any step, because I've got, you know, some government experience, and just, you know, just take a very careful step. Don't ever jump into anything.
Yeah.
And my last question is, next time you, I guess that vortex, I guess for lack of better words, it doesn't sound like exactly what it was, but anyway.
Best way to describe it.
Yeah, because, well, anyway, you know what a vortex is. What about a digital stopwatch, you know, measuring into the hundredths of a second at least? You know, chunking that through.
There's an interesting idea. Thank you, sir. He's saying throwing a stopwatch through. Now, that is interesting, Michael, because if the stopwatch made it out the other side...
Yeah, the electronics getting destroyed.
And there had been, well, even if it's mechanical...
Yeah.
Of course, then it would be subject to a mechanical field, probably stop it cold. But if you could get one through, it might provide you with an idea of whether it actually went through a time distortion.
Yeah, like set two of them, keep one, throw the other one in, set for the exact same time.
That's good, Michael.
Yeah.
Very good. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back with you. Michael Markham, Madman Michael Markham is my guest. We'll be right back. All right. Back to Michael Markham. Michael, were you surprised to hear from your arresting officer?
Yeah, very.
Me too.
That's like quite a coincidence.
He's apparently following your case, Michael. Does that make you nervous? In other words, he knows where you are now, doesn't he?
I don't know if he does or not. I think he does. I don't know if he knows the exact house I'm in, but I think he knows I'm in St. Joseph, so...
St. Joseph, well, see, so wouldn't surprise me, but that he or his friends might be cruising by your apartment looking for strange flashes in the night, that sort of thing. All right, let's see what we've got out there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Yeah, this is I got to get my radio, Art.
All right, turn it off.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. Just give me a chance.
All right.
I got it. It's gone.
Good.
Okay.
Where are you calling?
St. Joe Thursday.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Leavenworth, Kansas.
Leavenworth, all right.
Yes, sir. I would like to say that your guest, I think, is just a little bit nuts. He's probably as nutty as I am. I would like to make a comment. As far as what he's doing, I think he's on the right track, but you being a ham radio operator, that's what I am, you have to understand that you also have to have a transmitter and a receiver. Do you kind of get what I'm getting at now?
Well, I guess the Jacob's Ladder may have been a crude transmitter and receiver in a sense. In other words, wait a minute, sir. He was propagating this voltage across those two rods, and it may have been a kind of a blunderbuss way of going about it, but I can understand that he might achieve the effect he thinks he did.
Well, you had a gentleman on one night that was explaining the theories with Nikola Tesla.
Yes.
Okay, and I've studied Tesla in depth. I've been studying Tesla for a good 25 years, and I'd like to ask your guest a question. Where did he come up with this idea that he would use high voltage?
All right, it's a good question. Where did you?
You mean for the time machine deal?
Yeah.
Well, like I said before, it didn't like I didn't set out to build the time machine.
As is so many times the case with any discovery, you were simply trying to build a Jacob's ladder.
Yeah, just like something fancy to watch.
Just to see the spark go up, sort of be something cool to do. Look, I understand that perfectly. Believe me, I understand that. And an unexpected effect occurred. These things happen. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Oh, hello, Art.
Hello.
This is Chuck in Redmond, Washington.
Yes, Chuck.
I just wanted to call, and I'm so glad I got through tonight because people like us that are messing around with this kind of thing, we got to kind of stick together.
Oh, you're another one, are you?
Well, a little bit. I'm mostly my friends, that sort of thing. I got into it about 3 years ago, started collecting information, and I've got a computer bulletin board service where I try to get all this stuff together and get people to talk about it. Because I ran into a buddy who originally he was using a lot less voltage, but he was just using DC batteries, made a couple of coils, and was using a police radio that he would a ham radio, a handheld, and he would key it and then tweak through the frequencies, and I guess he hit the resonant frequency of the circuit, and cut a long story short, he ended up in the loony bin for a little while, and he's okay now, but I went down and snuck a tape recorder in to interview him, and I got it all on tape, about an hour's worth of conversation, and he was telling me all about his time travels and how he had gone through this portal and that portal and had to go through 12 worlds to get back, and quite frankly, I thought he'd lost it, and I'm not even sure now, but that was kind of interesting, so I did more research, and then I presented it to another buddy of mine who fools around with electronics like I do, and I said, hey, what do you think of this? And at first he stopped, and then he looked at it and he goes, well, I could see how you get some kind of interesting effect out of that. And then about 2 weeks later, he kind of came up to me. Well, he came up to me, he was kind of pale in the face, and he said, wow, one of the engineers upstairs at where I work, which is where they manufacture medical equipment, he said that he had taken 2 4-foot square capacitors out of an X-ray machine and hooked them up to a short length of 12-gauge wire. You know, that's a very thick wire for somebody who wouldn't know. Laid it on the floor and threw a quarter in it, and he pushed the conductors together, or the electrodes together, until it got close enough to arc. I don't want to know how he did that. And apparently after the spark, it disintegrated the 12-gauge wire, and the quarter was reduced to the size of a dime, but a 1/4 inch thick, and apparently still in good shape.
Well, that's something, and it's yet another effect. In the case of Michael's experiment, the screw disappeared and then reappeared. Here again I am. My guest is Michael Markham. He's too young to call him Father Time, so we're calling him Madman Markham. Here are a couple of faxes in on the subject, Art. No, I don't think you juiced this one up. Well done. What a scoop. What tremendous bloodhound intuitive tenacity. You're 1 in a million, as is young Michael. I predict a great future for him if he doesn't blow himself up or get lynched first. I can just see the light pouring out from the cracks in the porch. Art, help him find a mentor quickly. And then, like he needs encouragement, get this. Art, we've done what we estimated to be a 30-kilowatt version of what Michael did. However, we did not see the time travel application, but if he needs transformers, we've got them as leftovers from our electrical business, free if he wants. He provides shipping. I'm sure, like us, there are many people that have more than what he needs for experimenting. He's really talking small-scale power. 100 kilowatts is just medium power level. I cannot suggest that it be done within the city limits, however. People are not very technically tolerant around here either. Randy, listening to Kogo in San Diego. So, Michael, there you have it. It is a free offer of that which put you behind bars. This guy's willing to give you transformers. Cool, huh?
Yeah.
So, is that something you might go for?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I can put you two together. I've got Randy's number here in San Diego, and I'll give it to you privately tomorrow. How's that?
Okay.
I don't want to be arrested for being part of this. But nevertheless, it's a good offer. How do you feel about the possibility, Michael, of somebody coming along and being your mentor, even more than this, maybe contributing money to build a great big gigantic version?
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be like a dream come true.
So you'd go for it, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Set up a lab somewhere and go for the really big voltage and really big current and, boy. All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael. Hi.
Hi, I'm calling from Medford, Oregon.
Medford, KOPE country. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what makes you think it's a time machine and not some sort of thing like Star Trek, beaming from one point to another?
That's a good question. Yeah, what makes you think you're on the track of time here, Michael? It disappeared. The question is where to go and for how long?
Well, that's like, well, before my laser burned up, that's pretty much this other side. I had to go by what I saw. So right now it could be several things. Like it could have been like it could have went through time. It could have went through like something like the Philadelphia experiment and like made it invisible or something like that. I'm not like 100% certain what it is, but
I'll say this much, Michael. All kidding aside, you know, I think that if I had done what you've done, and I'm the kind of person likely to do that. I disassembled all my mom's appliances when I was about 8 or 9 years old.
Yeah.
And I'm a big experimenter, so if I'd noticed an effect like that, I'd be on it too, like glue, and I'd keep going. I mean, who cares what people say, right?
Yeah.
Is that your attitude?
Yeah, pretty much. Everybody's got their opinion.
Yeah, they sure do. And here's another one for you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Hi.
Hello, Art. This is Christoph from Kansas City.
Yes, sir. Right near Michael's home.
Yeah, right near. My question would be, I would like to know if you guys would explore some of the more technical aspects, such as which direction in time it might be going. If indeed he did get to a point where he himself could step through it, how he would be sure that he could get back from which direction he went.
That's an interesting question. Although the screw came back, and he was going to try, I think you said an orange next, or something like that.
Yeah.
And see if it came back intact. And then maybe a kitty cat. And then maybe Michael. Would you, I'm curious, Michael, would you have stepped in yourself, or would you, if you got to that point, or would you have looked for a volunteer?
Well, if I had looked for a volunteer and he didn't make it back, I'd make me guilty of murder. And I already had like 60 days in jail, and that was plenty enough for me.
So you wouldn't want to be on trial like O.J.?
No.
Of course, they wouldn't have a body.
Yeah, that's true, but heck, I don't know.
So you would have done it yourself then?
Yeah.
Oh,
I still felt even if I wasn't like legally wouldn't have like been found guilty of anything, I still wouldn't have wanted like anybody to do that.
Okay. Wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Hi.
Hi there. Yeah, I've got about 2 or 3 questions for Michael, and very, very interesting program. This is John from Reno.
Yes, John.
It's a great program. Did he have any Tesla research information before he started this?
Well, that's a good point. Have you looked into Tesla at all, Michael?
Yeah, it's science in general is like really, that's, I don't know, I guess you could call that my hobby. I read all sorts of books. Let's see, I've read Tesla. Right now I'm reading there's this book, I forget who it's by, but it's like the string theory of the universe, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how about the Philadelphia experiment? You checked that one out too?
It's like real hard to find information on that in libraries, so I'd like, I've got like this past conference I went to just a few days ago. Found out like information on that, information on the Montauk Project, which is a spin-off of the Philadelphia experiment.
Michael, let me add something here. Michael, we did a program with one of the people involved in the Philadelphia experiment. And Michael, he gave all the technical details of exactly how they did it in the program.
Was that guy Al Bielek?
Al Bielek.
I'm trying to get in touch with that guy.
I can get in touch with Mr. Bielek, and what I'm telling you, though, is we did a program with him in which he gave the exact technical details, the RF field and the electrical field that they used, the intensities, the power, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And you might want to get a copy of that program. It's the only I'll tell you how to get that, all right? Or maybe I'll even have it sent to you. On the east of the Rockies line, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Yeah, you got Ray from Florida, Missouri.
Hi, Ray.
Yes, my cousin just called me. He called you from Leavenworth, Kansas.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he didn't hear the answer to the question on the high voltage, and he was just wondering, he didn't hear the answer because he had to turn his radio off, and he called me and said he's only allowed one call a night.
That's a true statement.
So he would like to hear that, and...
well, all right, rephrase the question then for us.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what he asked. He just said he asked a question about the high voltage, something about where did he get the information for that. And I think that, I've been listening, and it's amazing about the way that works, and I'd like to hear the answer, and if you would give me a few seconds to go and shut my radio off.
All right, well, I'm not exactly sure how to respond to it. Do you remember the original question, Michael? Something about the high voltage?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We went through it, and Michael explained how he built the first transformer.
Yeah.
And then how he obtained the following transformers. And so I'm not sure exactly what...
how can I say this? How did I know how to make a Jacob's ladder or something like that?
Did you have an original design of some kind, Michael?
For a Jacob's ladder?
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah. The Jacob's ladder in and of itself, just to make a Jacob's ladder, is pretty simple.
So you knew, it was the scale of the thing.
Yeah.
All right, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Hi.
Yes, this is Cliff from North Bend.
Hi, Cliff.
How are you doing, Art?
Just fine.
Hey, this gentleman, he is really on the ball there. To me, isn't he?
Well, see, he's either that or, according to a young lady who called, he's like a terrorist, and we're like helping him out, spreading the information.
I admire him.
Like I wrote the...
I'm about twice his age.
I'm sorry, Michael, what did you say?
That one was as if I wrote the Anarchist Cookbook or something.
Yeah, that's exactly right, the Anarchist Cookbook. Any questions for him, sir?
Yes, I would like to exchange some correspondence with him, as I'm working with Mark on, I'm trying to think of the last, Hendershot, free power. And it's just a thought. It's crazy.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'll
twice this guy's age. Why couldn't we make it self-powered?
All right. On that note, listen, Michael, there are a number of people, a lot of them actually, I'm sure, who would like to contact you.
Yeah.
Is there a way they could do that? Now, you be careful, because this is a big radio program, Michael. There's a lot of people out there.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear from anybody who would like to help you out or
sure.
correspond with you? How would they do that?
Well,
you can either give out an address or a phone number. It's up to you.
Well, I guess I don't, let's see. Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah, heck. I don't think they're all going to come at once, and 10,000 people come to my house at once. I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah. That'd be a heck of a sight.
Maybe rather than giving out your address, Michael, you'd like to think about giving out your phone number or not.
Well, it's already published in the phone book, so might as well.
All right. What is your phone number, Michael?
It's 816-232.
Right.
4019.
All right. Let me give it again. 816-232-4019. All right, we've got just a little more time here. So on the wild card line, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Hey there, Michael. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah, this is Will in Spokane. The original, I think, mad scientist when I was probably about 4 years old. Incredible idea that you have. What was your education?
I was in about 2 years ago, I was, actually it was from November 91. So about a year and a half later, I was majoring in electrical engineering.
Oh, major. Jesus, you're only 21.
Yeah.
Wow.
I graduated when I was 17.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you recommend to Michael? Would you say keep going or stop now?
I'd say get in touch with me. That's what I'd say, and continue on.
All right, well, you've got Michael's number.
Actually, I don't.
All right, I'll give it to you now. You want it?
Yeah, I do.
It's area code 816.
816,
232.
232,
4019.
4019. Okay, my name's Will, and maybe I'll give you a call, huh?
Okay.
All right, there you have it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Art. I think I'm going to go out and play the lotto now. Hey, listen, I've really enjoyed this show. That woman that called in, a couple of the naysayers that have called up, I'm going to have to say they're all but persistence. This has got to be the funnest show you've ever done. Anywhere from getting this guy, after I heard the story initially last night on your show, and then this morning, and then the police officer calling up, Art. This has got to be the greatest show that I have heard in a long time. I want to know, though, is, Mike, are you going to be publishing?
Oh, that's a good question.
Writing a book?
Yeah.
A book, or some sort of just a technical manual or something like that, or theory manual.
All right, there you go.
Well, heck, there's there's all sorts of books out there like on this subject. So I don't know. That's remains to be seen.
Maybe if you, on a larger scale, get to try the experiment.
Yeah, it's it's another thing too. If I get this thing in it actually works. Heck, I could write a book, do a movie, and do all kinds of stuff then.
And hopefully tell us whether it was a lone gunman or not.
Yeah, that's another thing I'd like to do too. This may sound like a joke, but heck, I'd like to go back to you really killing Nicole Simpson, but that's another thing.
Well, I guess that would be a laudable use of it, and maybe we could cut this whole damn trial thing short, Michael.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, hold on just a moment. We'll be right back to you. All right, Michael, I'd like your reaction to this. Art, thanks so much. I've really been tiring of hearing all the crap that's going on in the world, the dollar-yen crisis, the Iran, Russia-China nuclear crisis, everything in the U.S. is in crisis, the OJ crisis. It's refreshing not to have to listen to any of it at 11 o'clock tonight. No, instead, you've chosen to share with all of us someone near Kansas City, my hometown, who is either truly on the cutting edge or merely yet another deranged madman. I frankly don't care if he is. It's just so nice to hear the tale of somebody's courage and following their intuition and going for their dream. Thank you, Waldo in Tehachapi. There you are. You're not a deranged madman, are you, Michael?
No.
No? How would you describe yourself?
My strange experiments, basically just like anybody else.
Well, I don't know about it just like anybody else.
Well, that's the way I see myself.
To you, you're normal.
Yeah.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Yeah, I was interested in talking to Mike about possibly publishing, as in one of your last callers said, publishing information. I am a computer junkie, basically. My name's David. I'm from Houston.
So you'd like to interview him?
Well, what I'd like is, if he ever does go to the whole publishing stage, is to see if I could get him to send me the information on, what the outcome is. Maybe not exactly what he's doing, because, of course, he might want to keep that to himself, or keep other people from trying it, but basically get an overview of, what type of information he's dealing with, what he's doing, what the outcome is, and possibly show it to the public to see if they like it at all.
All right, and that winds into an earlier call. Thank you. We will give Michael's number one more time here. You're going to be on the phone a lot, Michael. Michael, the guy asked, are you taking notes? I mean, are there any notes so that if you stepped into the gap and turned into a French fry, that people could read and see where you went wrong, maybe?
Yeah, overall, like a general, like writing down every little thing, but I'm like keeping the general idea down.
Okay. We've got so many calls. East of the Rockies, where are you calling from, please?
In Kansas City.
Kansas City, yes,
Good morning. How are you?
Fine.
Mark is just as north of me in St. Joseph. I'm down here in Independence.
That's right.
And, by the way, I have to echo the last caller. It's a refreshing difference from the stock market report.
There you go.
For which we have no control. Mark, I need to ask you something.
It's Michael.
Michael?
Yeah.
When you approach the day when you build the quote-unquote Arc of Triumph, give me a call because I want to make sure I plug in my surge suppressor first, okay? Love you guys.
All right, thank you. So he's worried about the appliances there in Kansas City. Is there a way you can somehow protect the local area of the power grid that next time you do this, Michael?
I can have the power company put a bigger transformer on the pole. That way I won't overload it.
That's an idea.
Yeah.
From now on, I bet anybody in the Kansas City area, when they see their lights dim, they're going to wonder if you just jumped across.
Yeah.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Yes, I would like to know if your guest has great knowledge of time travel.
Great knowledge of time travel?
Yes.
Do you have great knowledge of time travel, Michael?
Great knowledge.
Some knowledge.
Yeah, general idea, but down to the nitty gritty, and just that's what I'm doing now.
I mean, after all, nobody has real publishable knowledge of time travel. We're off into an area here that just isn't much known.
Well, yeah, it's right now it's treated as the same thing as UFOs and stuff like that.
Sure, absolutely. Wildcard line, real quickly with Michael Markham. Hello.
Hi, Mike and Art. This is fantastic. Mike, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you ever listened to the Art Bell show before? Well, okay. I just want to let you know that there's nothing but a bunch of wackos out here that listen to Art Bell all the time. And we really appreciate a guy like you. Let me say this.
Gee, do me some more favors, sir.
Let me say this, Mike. There's a guy. He's a cosmologist, an astrophysicist. His name is Rick Thorne, and he's into what is called wormholes.
Oh yeah, it's kind of similar to a black hole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what he likes to talk about, and this is also very fascinating, it's also has to do with time travel. Now, when you step in one end of the wormhole, and it has to do with the speed of light and the space-time continuum.
All right, we're about out of time here.
Okay, well, he says when you're coming back out the other way, you meet yourself. Now, I often wondered, if you threw the screw in, did you take a look at the screw and see if it was turned left or right-handed thread when you found it?
Ooh.
Interesting questions.
Yeah.
Keep it up, Mike.
All right, Michael, we're out of time. It has been a great pleasure. And yes, we do very unusual, kooky things on the show every now and then. But, Michael, on the serious side, I admire you on a lot of levels. I really do. Not the stealing of the Transformers, but what you're doing and what you're trying to do. And I really appreciate your coming on the program. And we'll get your number out one more time. You're going to hear from a lot of people now, Michael. Okay? You take care, my friend.
Uh-huh.
All right. Take care. That's it. We'll be back. Well, it sure is. Hi, everybody. Welcome into the program. I'm going to start with a short open now. If you just start tuning in, we spent the last 2 hours. How do I explain what we just have done? If you're just tuning in, you'll never understand. I read a story last week about a Kansas City man who tried to build a time machine on his porch. I tracked him down. I tracked him down. And he went on the air with me tonight, and it was the most incredible 2 hours you've ever heard. He explained exactly what he did, why he got in trouble for stealing the transformers from the power company, how his experiments proceeded. He actually caused something to disappear and reappear, possibly moving in time or dimension. And the arresting officer in the case called up during the course of the interview. It was just absolutely incredible. So it's hard. The man's name is Michael Markham, and I said I'd give his phone number out one more time. He okayed that. He'll be sorry. You all know about the C-21 mystery. 8 men dead when an Air Force Learjet went down in Alabama. Nobody knows quite what brought it down. It was completely destroyed, but they did get the black box, the flight recorders, so we may be able to find out. Killed Air Force Assistant Secretary Clark Feaster and Air Force Major General Glenn Prophet. Among those killed. Possible cause they're toying with is a fuel imbalance. In other words, the Lear has fuel stored in the wings, and if you get too much of an imbalance, obviously you can't fly. We'll find out. Economic news, housing starts are down about 8%, down in the West as much as 20%, down despite falling mortgage rates. Signs are that the housing market will continue to fall. Now, I've got all kinds of news about the dollar. We've got a serious problem here, folks, so let me read you a couple of facts. The U.S. economy, as well as the world monetary system, is in serious jeopardy. The dollar is collapsing and rapidly losing its status as the world's premier currency. I've included a copy of a record-breaking drop it took on the overseas market this evening when it plummeted to an incredible 1.345 marks to the dollar and an astounding 79.7 yen. When will the American people wake up and take notice of what's happening? Will they wait until it is completely collapsed under the tremendous burden it now shoulders? Or will it be when the value of the dollar is measured by its weight rather than its denominational value? When the day comes that a $100 bill only puts a couple of gallons of gas in one's car, it's going to be too late. Something must be done now. The crash of the dollar is not some futuristic event. It's taking place right this moment. Indeed, Tokyo, the Associated Press. The dollar fell to a new low against the Japanese yen in early trading Wednesday, following a decline overseas due in part to pessimism with regard to talks between the U.S. and Japan. Tokyo stock prices nosedived. The dollar fell to 79.75 yen from 81.12 late Tuesday. It did climb back to 80.08 yen. My God, it's the lowest dollar-yen rate since the modern exchange rate system was set up in the late 1940s. My. NBC did a piece last night on sexual harassment. What is sexual harassment? Who knows? I used to think that it meant that you were grabbing at a female or you were being sexually aggressive in some unwanted, unwelcome way. I always thought that was sexual harassment. Anyway, whatever it is, since Anita accused Clarence, the number of sexual harassment complaints to government agencies has risen, get ready for this now, 109%. 109%. So far, $22 million has been paid in claims. There is a Los Angeles fire captain, Steve Johnson, who is challenging a policy in his fire department, apparently, which says that he's not even allowed to have a Playboy magazine at the fire station. Apparently, these days, one can be charged with sexual harassment for looking at a woman. And I think we've gone too far. This is really pathetic and sad. I mean, look, women, to me, are beautiful creatures. And if there's one nearby and there's something to be seen, I do not now know the harm in looking. I've never known the harm in looking. And if you can actually be charged with sexual harassment for merely looking, well, I don't know. America's turning into a different kind of place. What has happened to sexuality and the relationship between men and women? Is it now just going to be a matter for court and for challenge and for... I think we're ruining it. This great thing, this relationship between men and women, we are ruining it. And I'm not happy about that. I should tell you I'm not happy. And I wonder if you feel the same way, or do you think they're on the right track and that that people should absolutely have their distance and their space and that women should not expect to be looked at? Is that where we want the relationship between men and women in this country to be going? I don't think so. Now, let's see. Still reacting to McNamara, a lot of people are. Art, I agree with you about McNamara. Do you think he wrote the book to tell his story or to earn more big money? I'd feel better if he donated the proceeds to a veterans organization. I believe Charleston, South Carolina, by the way, suffered major damage from an earthquake sometime back in the mid-19th century. Enjoy the show. You're fair and reasonable. Longboat Key, Florida. Wow, down in the Florida Keys. Longboat Key, Florida. I've always looked at the Keys as a wonderful place to be. It's beautiful there. And then this, and then we'll get the phone lines open. Art, you have a great show. Art, this country has to legalize drugs, whether we like it or not. The present situation is not tolerable. The arguments now are the same as were used during Prohibition. As it was then necessary to legalize alcohol in order to control the rum runners, it's now necessary to take drug money out of the hands of the dope gangs. This is the major issue, though there are many others involved. Many people think this problem is unique to modern-day America, but it's occurred throughout history and the world. Anybody who is generally concerned with this topic ought to take the time to read The Forbidden Game, A Social History of Drugs. It is a scholarly work that provides much thought-provoking information. As a true believer in Republican government, I can see no other course but legalization. People must be allowed to injure themselves if they wish to. Of course, they should also be absolutely responsible for their actions and left in their own mess, as it were. Government must get out of the business of protecting people against themselves. It makes us lazy, docile, and atrophies the reason. Freedom and responsibility are two sides of the same coin, and if the American people don't realize it, they're going to lose both. That's Mark from Clackamas, Oregon, and I thought it was a profound argument for legalization, and there are reasons to argue for it as well as against it. All right, we're going to open the lines now. If you want to comment on the show we had on between 11 and 1 Pacific time, the first 2 hours of the program, you're welcome to do it. Time travel, what Madman Markham is doing, has done, plans to do, you're welcome to comment on that, or anything I just brought up, or anything that you would like to bring up at all. And I would like to say once again to everybody that in my estimation, talk radio is many things. It's not just politics. It's not just, at least to me it's not. It's my style of talk radio, and you will hear me do many, many different things on this program. I'm convinced over the years that that has contributed to and is part of the reason for its success. It sometimes upsets people, but in my estimation, if you make no waves, then you're not really doing anything at all. So I will continue to do what some people think of as a little more than passing strange every now and then. It's just me, folks. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
Hi, I'm an air traffic controller out of Salt Lake City.
Okay, would you turn your radio off, please?
Certainly.
Thank you. And an air traffic controller.
Yeah, reference earlier in your broadcast, you mentioned the Republicans' contract with America.
Yes.
And there's currently a couple of issues that I'm concerned about. One is the attack on the federal retirement system.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
This is going to cost me a heck of a lot out of my pocket. It's, we're looking at, about $1,500 to $2,000 a year on that, plus increased health care. They're attacking my differential pay for being an air traffic controller, which was meant to revitalize the air traffic control field.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately on this, I think they're overlooking the fact that there is a lot of waste.
I don't suppose they hang portraits of Ronald Reagan up in the air traffic control area, do they?
No, they certainly don't.
They don't.
And also this attack on federal retirement, it concerns us because this attack, as I call it, will send a signal to the rest of America, corporate America, to slash the retirement benefits that our workers have struggled so long and so hard to get.
I do agree that the process is underway.
Right.
And ultimately, it's going to probably include Social Security as well, so everybody's at risk here. Either we get it together or just about everything's at risk.
Well, and federal employees have been taking a hit for a long time. as far as being unprofessional, unserviceable, and things of the nature. But unfortunately, the airplanes fly through the skies safely, and no matter what you say about the post office, that mail does get delivered sooner or later.
Sooner or later is the key phrase. And,
the key phrase, but I mean, overall for 32 cents, we're not doing too bad to mail a letter.
Something I want to ask you about, actually a couple things. As an air traffic controller, in the post office, you mentioned it, we all know, they've had some people go kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And shoot people. Now, that was because it said of the pressure in the post office. And wait, let me finish.
Okay.
If there's any place that may have more pressure than a post office, it would be your job.
Right.
And yet I don't know of any air traffic controllers that have gone bonkers and grabbed a gun. Any thoughts on that?
No, they haven't. I think it's, a lot of the problems in the post office are related through the supervision of their employees. From what I understand, the employees felt they were being harassed, being watched too closely. Also, at one time in the Postal Service, they had one supervisor for every 2 employees. Now, that started to reverse the trend on Al Gore's reduction in government, the elimination of 252,000 jobs, and the supervisor-to-employee ratio of 15-1.
Well, that's a good answer. All right, one more question, then
yes.
I've got to go. I take it as an air traffic controller, you can read the transponder signals of aircraft. It's a good, clear way to read what's out there.
That is correct.
But you also have a real radar capability, do you not?
Yes, we do. It's the echo return offset.
Yeah, exactly, echo return. So my question is, how many times as an air traffic controller would you admit to have been tracking some sort of UFO, something that is traveling in the sky that you cannot account for?
Well, there's a lot of times out there. On the radar we have what the government alludes to false targets. And they say it's a radar glitch in the radar problem. Well, I think that these radar glitches may be something else out there. I don't know. We have too many of them to account for.
Well, I'm sure, and I guess you can be fooled, but you over the years you kind of learn to recognize a real return, don't you?
Yeah, but just by their tracking their movement. I've seen some suspicious things. In fact, we have a UFO hotline number up that we do call. But most controllers do not do that because then if we report that, we may be subject to some government testing.
Really?
That they don't want to admit to, so we generally don't call and report it.
If
you report this...
That's exactly what I suspected, sir.
Yeah. I don't do it.
In other words, do you want to report one of them things?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I may be over to the surgeon's office next week, and then I'm out of a job.
Oh, believe me, I understand. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Hey, did you hear anything about the cattle guard incident with Bill Clinton?
Channel guard?
Yeah.
What is that?
You know what a cattle guard is?
Oh, a cattle guard. Yeah, I know what a cattle guard is, sure.
Okay. Well, it seems that a report came out of Colorado.
You mean he was unable to cross one? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
God, that was awful. Finish your story.
He saw this report, or one of his cohorts saw this report that there was over 100,000 cattle guards in Colorado.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, he said, well, that's too many people to employ, so we have to get rid of these cattle guards, which is funny by itself. Patsy Schroeder picked it up and said, well, we can't fire all those cattle guards. We have to put them in some type of work training program. This is real, Art.
Yeah. No, I believe you, sir. I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. Where will it all end? It's a wonderful world. Have a good morning. I must go.
Thanks.
Yeah, right. That's too many cattle guards on the payroll. Oh, God. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
It's Leonard from South Dakota country.
Your program is most educational. I learned the difference between a cattle guard and a cattle guard this morning.
Yes.
And I also learned the difference between
I think the president did too.
Learned the difference between those people who are scared to death and those people who have perfect peace. You heard about that sect that thought the world was coming to the end?
Yes.
well, there's nothing more devastating than think that the earth's going to pieces out from under your feet.
Yeah.
But the Christian reads the Bible and says that, well, there's 1,000 years, at least a millennium ahead of us, so we don't have to worry about the end of the world for 1,000 years.
You know something I've always wondered about, Leonard? Whether it's the religious people like yourself, or it's a psychic predicting the end of the world, or, you know, a gigantic earthquake or something, and they do it and they talk about it and they think about it and they dwell on it and they cogitate about it, and then the day comes and it doesn't happen, do they feel disappointed?
Perfect peace have they which love thy law, and nothing shall offend them.
All right, well, we'll leave them with that thought. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Okay.
Hey, I really enjoyed the change of pace in your show, and I feel like everybody needs to kind of let loose a little bit.
Every now and then.
Every now and then. Hey, I want to say something to Mr. Markham if he's still listening. I don't know if he is, but there's a lot of people laughing at him right now. But remember, sir, they laughed at Edison, they laughed at Leonardo da Vinci, and they laughed at the Wright brothers.
Isn't that the truth?
That is the truth. So he needs to keep it up and just be careful. And the young man really does have a brilliant mind, even though he may be on the edge of being a little too smart for his own good, let's say.
Well, that's better than madness.
I don't think he's mad. He's obviously he's intelligent enough to understand what he's getting into, and I think that's all that counts.
I kind of like the guy.
Yeah, he sounds like he'd be a fun person to hang out with
Did you hear?
at a distance.
Yeah, did you hear when the arresting officer called?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you listen between the lines, that officer seemed to be saying, "Think about it. Don't do it. Don't you do it."
Yeah, he did, but then again, he seemed to be almost commending him for having the chutzpah to actually do that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll be back, everybody, in just a moment. To Art Bell. Art, did you notice that there were no women calling in on your interview with the time machine mechanic, except women who thought he was a radical extremist or a madman? Does that tell you anything? Well, I don't know. I enjoyed listening to that kid. I'm 49 and laud him for trying things experimental. We still don't know the real effects of how electricity and radio waves affect the dimension we live in. It's pure theory, and for all we know, it may tamper with one of the other 13 dimensions suggested in Davies' Superstrings book, Good Show. What does it mean that women... Well, it was kind of a technical thing, and, you know, guys like that kind of thing, and women, some of them are horrified by it. So I think that's your answer. I don't know what it says, though. And then this, hi, Art, I really liked your guest tonight. I've always been a physics buff. One thing that bothers me about time travel, though, as a consequence of Einstein's theory of relativity, which stemmed from something called the Lorentz transformations mathematical equations, which describe space and time dilations, a couple of things are apparent. One, in order to experience time dilation, one must reach the speed of light, at which point the person's momentum and hence mass become infinite. Two, the speed of light is an absolute maximum. It can't be exceeded. Not to say that these concepts from special relativity are absolutes, but they do seem to preclude time travel unless some grossly unobserved physical law exists. Time travel is a cool concept worth studying, but I'd love to hear from someone more educated in physics than myself comment on this. Tom, Columbia, Missouri. Well, I'm not sure of what I'm saying, but I believe that there was some theory or even possible proof that quarks have exceeded the speed of light, or a theory that they might exceed the speed of light. And I think that that's one of the things they were going to look at with a gigantic accelerator they were trying to build down in Texas. But I'm certainly not a physics person myself, so it's open for comment if anybody out there wants to comment. Art, a little information on the Palmdale Bulge. It is an anomaly, also known as an uplift. It is literally the ground surging upward. This particular uplift was discovered about 1980, and thought it was developed during the late 1960s or early 70s. But most seismologists agree that it has been rising continually ever since. Ooh, that's bad. That's Carol listening also to KFYI in Mesa. So, Carol, I don't know what to tell you. To me, the layman in these areas, it seems like sort of like a aneurysm. As I said earlier, an earth aneurysm. Is that out of line? Here we go. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Just fine.
This is Mike calling from TDY in Madison.
Oh, Madison, Wisconsin. Yes, Mike.
And, well, one quick question and then a longer one. Does your Milwaukee station, is that going to carry you all the way to the end of the program? Because they chop you off for an hour here.
Well, it's a matter of time zones, Mike. In other words, the program here on the Pacific Coast goes until 4 a.m. There it would be 6, and most radio stations begin their morning shows,
right.
Wake-up shows around 5.
Yeah.
So that's what happens.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because we never, I never know what's going on for that final period of time, and well, irrelevant.
It's torture, I know.
Yeah, and I also wanted to mention, if your time traveler there ever does succeed, it'd be nice if he could maybe throw a dollar bill through there to see what shape that comes back in.
maybe a little tiny little $1 bill. That'd be frightening. It was a hell of a story, wasn't it?
Oh, it was pretty interesting. It's hard to believe. I think it's more likely that it's creating an invisibility effect than time travel, though.
Well, maybe. Either way, it'd be a big story.
Yeah, well, speaking of other big stories, I got home today to a message on my answering machine, which was sort of chopped off because I have a really lame answering machine, but it's from my friend in Arizona who works in parks and went camping with some geologists, and
yes,
he mentioned about the Palmdale Bulge. Apparently they had a very spirited discussion about that, which I don't know what the Palmdale Bulge is. I was wondering if you knew.
No, I'm not a geologist either, but it sounds bad, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it sounds like it. Evidently, it's something of great interest to them.
I would think of it just off the cuff as sort of an earth aneurysm.
I like that. I like that. Well,
all right.
I'll get back to you as soon as I find out anything more specific, and I'll see if maybe one of these geologists would be gutsy enough to get on the air with you.
Oh, hey, listen, if you get one willing to go on, have them call me.
They're notoriously closed-mouthed.
I know. They like talk around campfires, but you get them in front of a microphone, they clam right up.
That's right.
All right, thanks a million, and have them fax me. My fax number is area code 702-727-8499, 702-727-8499. And we have done one other thing that is really fun. And if you wish to partake, you're welcome to. I'm going to give you the number. We've got a whole bunch of pictures, GIF pictures, and if you've got an IBM compatible computer, you can get them. We've got them on a bulletin board, and we're increasing. I'm going to send 6 more photographs up there tomorrow. Right now, we've got one of myself and my wife, one of just me, one of me in the Air Force 30 years ago. We have a ghost photograph available, and I'm going to be uploading a second ghost photograph in color, by the way. Both of these are in color tomorrow. There is a color photograph of the studio that I'm broadcasting from right now in my home. Actually, a photograph of it up there. There are 2 photographs of Mexican UFOs, and this relates to last week's Dreamland program. We had a couple of researchers on who talked about the sightings in Mexico. It's very exciting. So we've got 2 Mexican photographs up there. We've got the Roswell movie photograph up there, the very controversial one. And as I said, we're going to put a half dozen more tomorrow. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Who's this?
Art Bell.
Art Bell, how you doing? You were talking about the Palmdale Bulge a minute ago.
Yes, the earth aneurysm.
Right. I'm calling from Pasadena, California, the home of Caltech.
Oh, yeah.
And, I notice a lot. I drive by there every evening after I leave work. And one thing I notice is from the University of Oregon, I think it is,
yes.
they have geologist trucks down here, but they're volcanologists, and they have a little volcano on the side.
Uh-huh.
And they always show up at 4:30 in the morning.
Why 4:30 in the morning?
You got me.
Sounds secretive.
Yeah, well, another thing I heard, too, was out near Landers is the ground after the Landers earthquake was so hot you couldn't touch it.
Really?
Yeah.
Due to what?
Gee, I don't know. Well, you have volcanologists out there now from Caltech coming down from Oregon.
That's really odd.
I know, it's really odd, too. I don't want to start a rumor, but...
Yes, you do. What you're doing. You're starting a rumor. The hot earth theory.
Yeah, it could be.
All right.
Remember, a week or so ago, I heard someone else talking about something similar to this.
Really?
Maybe it was over a week ago.
Well, we had a call, a very troubling call, from a man who talked about well levels and water tables.
Maybe that's what it was.
Rising. You remember that?
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Oh,
I tried to call you right after I heard that.
There's a whole lot of geological rumor mongering going on, and you know, there's something to it. I think there's something to it. Thank you very much for the call. You know, it's just sort of a collective input. I'm getting information and faxes you guys just flat wouldn't believe regarding people who think there's getting ready to be a geological upheaval of some sort. A lot of information, really. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. This is Bill in San Antonio.
Hi, Bill.
You, of course, are aware that the FCC limits the amount of fun you can have in a 2-hour period, and you grossly exceeded that in your first 2 hours.
Oh, wasn't that something?
That brought back a lot of memories of my childhood. I played a lot with electronics and electrical circuits, and I used a lot of spark coils, and I did a lot of Jacob's ladders type stuff, and I enjoyed all that.
Yeah, I'm glad.
And that kind of thing really needs to be encouraged. It's not really isn't a madman type of thing. It's just a curiosity type thing that is really the basis of a lot of experimentation and what we have, the things that were developed, the technological things that we have today, really came from that kind of curiosity.
That's absolutely correct, and that's one of the reasons I went for the interview. I mean, there's just something about somebody like that.
It isn't anything unusual. It's like one of your callers that came in and said, a lot of wackos listen to your show. Well, I'm one of those wackos that, a financial analyst, but I grew up playing with that kind of stuff. And, you get interested, you investigate things, you want to see what happens, and you try things out, and, maybe you don't ever find anything, but you check things out.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll say it again. I think that talk radio should be on the edge. God knows we're on the edge. It should be on the edge. I mean, that's what it's all about. We're not mainstream media. I don't want to be mainstream media. I don't want to be mainstream media. And there is more to life than politics. There are a million different areas and things that you can talk about, and I just as soon let this program, as I have for all the years I've been on the air, over, going on a decade, about a decade, doing this particular program, I've let it range wherever it's going to range. And I'm not going to change that. I don't care how big it gets. I'm not going to change that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. How you doing? This is Clayton down in Laughlin.
Hello, Clayton.
Wanted to catch up with you and give you some food for thought.
Okay.
The quirk you were thinking about was the Tachyon.
Oh, Tachyon.
Tachyon, very good. Moves faster than the speed of light, so therefore it's going backwards in time.
Well, that's what the theory is, yes.
Right. And would also kind of remind you about the Montauk Project.
Oh, indeed. Michael talked about that project, and I've had people on the air about that project. And look, I don't rule out what happened to Michael, his story. I don't rule it out at all. It may have exactly happened as he said.
Well, interesting enough about it is the aspect of having to use a psychic in order to actually kind of make things work. Using kind of like what they call amorphous resonance.
Yeah.
What makes your nose, what makes your eyes. These things come down in a literal form. And supposedly that's why the Philadelphia experiment worked so well, because everything was tubed other than transistors.
Yes.
And had a natural resonance at that time.
That is correct, yes. Mm-hmm.
But nowadays they can digitally sample the resonance factor.
It's a point well made. Thank you. I was talking, I don't even know if I ought to say this. I was talking to a man up in Washington State earlier tonight who claims to be working with dual resonance technology and claims to be able to move in time. But that's a story for another day. On the wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art, what's up?
Well, you are. You're up,
hey.
sir. Where are you calling from?
Kodiak, Alaska.
Kodiak, Alaska. I was going to say, I'll bet you it's Kodiak because we get this unusual delay when we talk to people there in Kodiak.
Oh, that's weird. I haven't called in about a year and a half, so I don't know.
Well, that's an even bigger delay. What's on your mind?
I was just wondering about that time travel thing. I read an article in Discovery a while back that talked about this concept of different universes where when you travel in time, you don't actually travel in time, you just travel to a different universe. And every universe is just a different setup of each other, and how just each concept, like if I went back in time and killed my dad, you'd think I would be born, but actually I would have gone to a different universe, so in my own universe I'd still be alive.
In that alternate universe, would your father also be alive?
No, because I would have killed him.
Well, yeah, no. But you said you would then be in an alternate universe, and in that alternate universe, for you to exist, your dad would also have to exist. You would just sort of blow yourself out of...
But my other self in the alternate universe would die, not me, because I'm from the other universe.
All right, sir. Thank you. It seems to me that, to be consistent, you would, in effect, when you killed your father, blow yourself out of this universe, find yourself in another universe where your continuity can be accounted for. In other words, where your father still lives if he was supposed to be alive. And you could only exist there. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning. My goodness, I can't believe I got in.
Yes, you have. Where are you?
In Kansas City.
Kansas City. Yeah. Not far from Madman Markham.
Right, except I woke up as he went off.
Oh, that's too bad. You missed a good one.
Yeah. I was wondering, did you ever think that the space, all the space that they do at NASA has changed what's going on with the earthquakes and the floodings and all that and the pollution? I always thought that maybe that has a lot to do with the climate change and everything.
Well, I had a lady who called up not long ago and thought that every time they fire off the shuttle, it's like firing it off from the center of a balloon. And when the shuttle goes through the balloon, a bunch of stuff blows out before the hole seals up.
Right.
Is that your kind of thinking?
Well, years ago when I was in high school, our science teacher said that when you would put something through the stratosphere, that you would change the molecules, which would have a lot to do with the weather and what have you. And every time they go up, it seems that there is freak floods, freak earthquakes, and I really think that it has a lot to do with the ozone and everything else, because it's bound to have pollution from the fuel they use.
Well, I guess there's that. I mean, who knows? There are people who believe that our moral behavior is causing this. There are people who believe it is the space shuttle. There are people who believe that it's an angry God shaking his finger at us.
Well, you know what? Maybe it's a combination, because it's like if God's saying, hey, don't come up here. You don't have any business down here. You can't even take care of what's down below. Why are you worrying about what's up here?
You think God would say that?
Some people would say, well, but God gave us the knowledge to do these things. But it seems to me like it's one place where the budget should be cut. I don't think they need to spend that much money on NASA when they could take that same money and use it for research. That NASA, yes, they have come up with a lot of good things, but they should take that money and work on the good things that they've come up with, and maybe use their knowledge to help people down here, not up there.
Well, I know, but you've got Teflon pans.
No, that's what I mean. They came up with some good things, but really, what are we doing now up there? What good is it? I don't understand why they...
Well, communication satellites come to mind. I mean, there's a lot of I mean, right now, you're able to get my voice because it's going up to a satellite that's distributing it throughout the whole country.
This is true. Like I said, there's good, but I think there's also a lot of bad that it's causing. I really think it's causing the...
Of course, depending on how you feel about my program, maybe you could say it's bad.
No, I enjoy your program when I'm up.
Well, I'm glad that you're up, and I'm glad that you called, and I really have to go because I've got a newscast coming.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, and I guess that'll do it for this hour. They sort of fly by. Yeah, if you don't like the program, then you could say it's technology being used for evil. The evil distribution of a program teaching people about God knows what, arcs and time travel, and what's next, how to build a nuclear weapon 101. Yes, it certainly is. Talk radio of a different cut. I don't even know what we are. We're just open line, unscreened, rip 'em, tear 'em, let it happen, talk radio. And that's the way I like it. Mr. Bell, I have been meaning to write you about an event that occurred 2 days prior to the San Francisco earthquake. My neighbor has a well, and it overflowed. A surge from very deep. It flooded my yard as if a 12-inch line had broken in his yard and poured into mine. 2 days later, the quake hit. And one comment about particles being faster than light. About 5 years ago, I recall that an Italian astronomer in Italy, and at the same time in England, an English astronomer, observed the same particle shoot from a distant star, and they made the same measurement. The particle had traveled faster than light. And then this. Art, a woman should be able to walk down the street safely, nude, if she so chooses, discounting the reactions of the local police. But I get the feeling that some of the really rabid prosecutors of these sexual harassment cases feel that she should be able to do the same without anyone, read, hear, men, even looking or taking notice. That is just not realistic. While she should be free from assault, physical and verbal, people are just naturally going to look, maybe even stare. Some might even take vocal notice as opposed to propositioning her, but I guess it's all the same to a feminazi. Do you think the feminazis would be nearly as offended if they were to be leered at by a lesbian, or if they just knew which ladies they walked by were lesbian and the unpure thoughts that we're having? Jim in Tupelo, Mississippi. Well, you know, basically, Jim, I really do agree with you. And I'm sorry about what's happening between men and women in this country. I know it makes me sound like an old fogey, but I surely do miss the good old days when a man could look at a woman, and maybe even, you know, if he's out there on a construction site or something, give a big wolf whistle at her without her going to court and taking everything he has, or without him getting into great trouble. I mean, is that so bad? I guess the women would say yes. Yes, it's horrible being regarded this way. Well, I just don't. I guess I'm too old. I'm never going to change. I'm never going to regard it as horrible. And I, frankly, at the risk of ending up in court or something, will probably keep looking until the day I die. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, I have a comment to make about the hemp issue that was brought up. And I would like to say that, one, that it is not just a question just about hemp. It is a question about the paper production of America. I heard after the question about hemp was asked, an Arbor Day Foundation about planting trees. Hemp is not just something that can be used as a political tool to control the drug war. Hemp is something that can also be used to help the paper production and overuse of our country.
There's no question about it. The Wall Street Journal ran an article saying the government could realize $500 billion a year in profit from the various industries that would spring up from hemp.
Hemp and also what the point that I would like to get across is that rather than planting more trees, rather than using things as hemp, even though I do think it is a positive alternative that can definitely be used, other than doing things like that, what needs to be embedded in the minds of Americans is the need for a recycling program. Americans need to know that recycling does help, that recycling does help our forests. Forests are being cut down at amazing rates. They're killing all sorts of species, all sorts of waters. They're killing our trees. There's been today, especially all over the United States and internationally, actions that were planned against multinational corporations in paper and...
Are you a Greenpeacer?
I am not necessarily a Greenpeacer.
Well, you sound like a Greenpeacer.
I am. I see someone that typifies somebody like me as a Greenpeacer.
A tree hugger.
A tree hugger. No, I don't necessarily call myself a tree hugger.
But do you in fact actually hug trees?
Oh yes, I do, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, no, hey, no, look, hey, what you do in the privacy, you know, it's up
well,
to
the
you.
point that I'm trying to get across, though, is I may be a tree hugger. I am not a Greenpeacer, but, you know, I may appreciate the beauty of our trees. But what I'm saying is that what needs to be addressed here is that we are living in an environment which is being destroyed at an incredible pace.
All right. We'll have to hold it there. I understand your message. Believe me, I do. And as I said, ma'am, far be it from me. You know, I mean, this is America. Still is America. And anyway, I don't want to talk about it anymore. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Brian from New Orleans.
Hi, Brian.
Well, first, I'd like to congratulate you on your old archaic construction site catcall mentality. But
I mean, really, yeah, I saw a lot of construction guys whistle at women when I was a kid. I remember it. It's not like the world ended.
No, but I'm sure a woman who's been sexually assaulted before really likes to relive something like that, something that can provoke that thought.
Well,
but anyway, I'd like to move on.
Okay, but look, there was a day in America where a wolf whistle from, you know, a construction guy or something wasn't. It was either flattering or she'd blush. But it wasn't a matter for litigation.
Right. Okay, well, I'd like to move on to politics.
Okay.
First, Bill Clinton. He's going to be running for re-election in 1996, and I do believe he is unbeatable.
Unbeatable. The president last night was protesting loudly that he is not, damn it, I am not irrelevant.
Right.
And you agree he is not irrelevant.
Not in the 96 election.
You think he'll beat the pants off anybody who would dare to challenge him?
Well, think about it. Right now, the economy is doing well.
Well, yeah, reasonably well, yes.
We are not in a state of war.
That's true.
And
unless you talk about drugs, that's a different story.
True. But people generally bet or vote with their pocketbook.
That's true.
And you're going to see Bob Dole, he's going to probably come out to be the front runner, I imagine.
I'd say it's the best chance, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Bob Dole isn't going to do it for the Republican Party, and you're going to have Bill Clinton in there, thank God, for another 4 years.
And what do you think Mr. Clinton, the relevant president, will do for America given another 4 years?
Does he really need to change anything? Think what George Bush did for us.
In other words, you're saying he can kind of just cruise.
Well, do you not agree things are going relatively well for the United States right now compared to 4 years ago?
I would say, as you pointed out, that the economy's cruising along now. I'll give you that. But as far as things going well, no, I don't think they are. I think socially we're absolutely a disaster and getting worse. Crime is bad, violent crime, and getting worse.
Crime statistics are overblown. Obviously, it's a little disturbing now that 14-year-olds are committing murders, but on a whole, crime statistics have not gone up dramatically. If not, they've gone down a little bit in the last 10 years. And
well, I think in all categories but violent crime. In violent crime, it's gone up.
I'm not sure. Maybe violent crime that's caught by the press, and you got to admit, the press does hype crime now a lot more.
So the whole thing is overblown as far as you're concerned. Where did you say you're calling from?
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
You're right.
New Orleans. Right. And you're downplaying the crime thing?
Well, crime's obviously horrible right now, but violent crime, on a whole, has not gone up in the last 10 years. Look at the statistics, Art.
Yeah, all right.
Seriously.
Look, I could look at the statistics from your city, sir.
Oh, of course.
I mean, come on.
New Orleans does have its problems, but
Yes.
statistics on a whole nationwide, violent crime and crime as a whole has stayed the same. And right now we're suffering from the hard copy, the current affair media hype of crime.
All
right
right.
now that sells papers.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. I'm sorry, but the numbers, I think, are real and horrifying. And frankly, of all the cities you could be making that statement from, I find it a little more than passing strange that you're coming from New Orleans. But, hey, that's all right. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Art Bell?
That's me.
Oh, boy, I'm John from Carson City.
Yes, sir.
About these earthquakes, my hair is standing up on the back of my neck, too, for a long time, and I worked from 8 to 4 in the morning, and I got you all night long every night, and this is my night off, so I got up to see if I could call you.
Well, you did it.
And I want you to first understand, I'm not trying to kid you or nothing, but I had a little experience here Saturday night or early Sunday morning,
Yes, sir.
and I was out, I drive a patrol car, and I finished the patrol where I park, and all of a sudden something hit the back of my trunk, and it was snowing and sleeting, and I had my dome light on, and I looked back there, and here's this great big old bird sitting back there, one of those buzzards.
It pooped on your patrol car?
No, it sit on it.
Oh, I see.
And was
Sorry.
looking at me. Well, I'm working on the assumptions these wild animals and stuff, they act peculiar around earthquake time.
Yes, sir.
And here I'm looking at this thing, just scared the daylights out of me, so I had my motor running, I had the radio playing, and it was unconcerned, so I just put my car in gear and I took off down the road, and here this old bird was flying out in front of me and off to the side and back and forth, and I went up to the end of the road. There was a cul-de-sac there, and I turned around, and it flew around me and went down into the canyon, into the valley. So I drove back around the residential area a little bit, trying to figure it out, and I drove back to where I was sitting before, and I sit there in the dark, and darn if he didn't come back again.
Oh, my God, what a weird story.
Oh, and you ought to see, I never been that close to one of these things, and it's the ugliest thing you've ever seen in your life.
How big was it, actually?
I figured that it would probably dress out about 20 pounds.
Oh, that's big bird.
With a big long neck, you know.
Big bird. And you're telling me this thing chased you, and now let's back up a little here. You're an officer of the law?
No, I'm a security guard.
A security guard, so you're close.
Yeah.
And you would swear on your security guard manual this is true.
Well, this isn't the end of the story yet.
All right, go ahead.
And anyways, this time I'd shined my flashlight right in his face, and I didn't have the dome light on in the car, and he wouldn't move, just looking at me, his head just kind of bobbing back and forth. So I start slamming on the seat on the driver passenger side seat, slamming that, hollering and hollering. He just slid off the back like he had one foot on the bumper and went down on the ground. And I didn't see him no more, so I pulled out and I drove around, and there's a lot of equipment parked there, and I shined my headlights all over, and he disappeared. Well,
I take it you didn't want to get out of the car.
You got that right.
You think that thing would have come at you?
Well, I don't know that much about him. Last night I went to work, and there's got a maintenance man on there just during the week, on afternoons and evenings, and he's born and raised in Nevada, and I asked him, I said, you been around these birds? Oh, yeah. I said, how, do you see one around here? He said, there's a big black one. He said, you see it got a big, about 4 foot at least wingspan? He said, yeah, I noticed him all around here last few days. Did you see him? I said, yeah. I said, how close do you ever get to them, or how close do you get to? Oh, you can't get near them. He said, I've been around them all my life. They won't let you get near. So I said, well, listen, I told my wife this story. I'm going to tell you, but I don't want you to tell it to anybody else, because they're going to be liable to send somebody after me with a net.
Guys in the white coats.
Yeah.
So you swear now this is true?
Oh, I'm telling you, and it's bothered me ever since then. I mean, I'm prepared for earthquake. I lived in Butte County, California for 15 years before I moved here 7 years ago, and I think in those 15 years I probably experienced maybe 4 or 5 earthquakes. In the last year here in Carson City, I know there's been at least 10 of them.
I know, they're on the increase. All right, sir, I've got to go. Thank you very much for the story. That is a remarkable story. That is a remarkable story. And I'll tell you, here in Pahrump, Nevada, we have got the biggest birds I've ever seen in my life. I mean, these birds are freaky. Do you remember the movie The stand. Do you remember the bird, the big black bird in the stand? That bird came from right here in Pahrump, Nevada. We've got them all over the place. This guy's not lying. They can get 20-pound birds. I mean, these birds are big. And these birds feed on roadkill. You know, I mean, they really feed on it. I mean, these are big birds. I kind of almost hit one day. They get so bloated, they get so fat, eating rabbits that have been squished on the road, that they can't even get into the air. You know, I mean, these are big birds, and they start flapping their wings, and they're flapping their wings, you know, and you're coming down the road, and they're trying to get airborne, and their fat little bellies won't let them get up in the air. And I grazed one day that way. That sucker couldn't get into the air fast enough. I mean, he was lumbering, trying to get in. So we've got these big birds out here. They're big, probably big enough to pick up a cat. Maybe not my cat, but a cat. And they're pretty frightening. That's where the bird in the stand came from, right here. I've got them all over the place. They're big. They're eerie. And if they ever got a mind to start doing what this man just said, it would be not tolerable, I'll tell you. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, hello, this is Todd in Berkeley again.
Hi, Todd.
Yeah, I was listening to the first 2 hours. That was delightfully off the wall.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, I really did. I have a kind of a clue, hopefully it'll be some use to Madman Michael. An article in Scientific American many years ago, 8 or 9, about phase conjugate light.
Uh-huh.
And it involves putting a laser beam through a crystal, and then at right angles or at some angle, a virtual beam would emerge.
Oh, well, listen, you're talking Star Wars technology here, I believe.
This actually involved theoretical time reversal of a laser beam.
Oh, no kidding.
So I was curious. It sounded like he used a laser beam to...
He did. He used a laser souped up from a CD player.
To trigger the Jacob's Ladder effect?
That's correct.
Okay. About McNamara, it sounds like, I hate to sound conspiratorial, but it sounds like he's trying to give Bill Clinton a means to vindicate himself.
Well, a lot of people looked at it that way. You do, I take it.
Well, he snapped up. Bill Clinton snapped up on it so quickly, it was really kind of suspicious.
Well, I think things are getting pathetic at the White House. The president is reduced to going on television and beseeching us with the fact that he is relevant.
Yeah, no, this guy from New Orleans that called saying Bill Clinton was virtually unbeatable.
Oh, yeah.
That's assuming he makes it to the election, you know, a la Whitewater and the Mena, Arkansas investigations.
He needs to be reelected because you know what's waiting for him if he isn't?
What's that? Oh, yeah. Probably bars. But,
well, no, but there's this young lady waiting with a lawyer and a lawsuit.
Well, that's true, too. But for all these people who... Well, one of the things he was saying, that the economy's in such good shape.
I mean, can you imagine, sir, that going to court? I mean, really now, you know he's married to, I think she's a pretty, what's the right word, stern woman. I think she's...
Strenuous.
Strenuous, activist, you know, probably pretty rough if you ever got into an argument with her. And when this trial would start, there'd be a lot of testimony and details that would tend to get you killed when you went home.
Yeah, I hear she throws things, too.
I've been rumors.
Yeah, one other thing. I just can't imagine Bill Clinton having 4 years that he won't be accountable to the voters for. I think that would be the ruination, as if, you know, this is anything to crow about right now.
Yeah, I appreciate your call. Thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art?
Yes.
I got to tell you, you're very comedic tonight. Let me tell you what went right past the lady with the NASA ships and the concern about the ozone when you said to her, Teflon, that was good.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
You know who this is, don't you?
No, I don't.
It's the reluctant prophet. Going to change that tag name. You gave it to me a year ago. Let me tell you what you made me do tonight. You made me bring down my Mr. Coffee pot, which I've been avoiding. I've been just pouring my water into the, thing. So I'm addicted to you. And I have to tell you this. You're not nuts, and neither is the madman from Paramus. Where's he from?
Oh, he's from Missouri.
Missouri, yeah. This kid's a smart kid. I also, if he's still listening, and I'm sure he's not because he's got a million phones. He gave his phone number out over the air. I couldn't believe that. He's going to make a lot of new friends.
Oh, he's going to make a lot of new friends. That's right. I mean, I gave him his choice. He didn't have to do that.
Perhaps he's going to meet the one friend like Wilbur and Orville. You know, the minus or the plus that's going to help him.
You are exactly right. He might connect with just the right person. Sir, I have got to go.
All right.
All right, thank you. He might connect with just the right person. You never know. So, Chicago, watch your electrical current. From Bryn Marie up. Art regarding wolf whistles. I was hospitalized for over a month back in '83. Had wasted away to nothing. The illness and medications had made my face puffy, and about 1/4 of my hair had fallen out. In short, I was feeling down, doobie-doo, down. About 3 weeks after I'd been released, I was walking the 6 blocks to my grandma's house. That's where wolves always get you, Bryn, on the way to grandma's house. Suddenly, I heard a wolf whistle. I looked around, saw a city worker with his head sticking out of a manhole. He whistled again. When I made eye contact, smiled, and went back to work. I felt 10 feet tall, and not just because the guy was standing in a hole. The man did more for my self-esteem with that simple gesture than anything else possibly could have. Since then, when I've been to visit my dad, I've noticed that on occasion he'll give a wolf whistle at a woman, most often to the bedraggled young moms with several very small kids in tow. I've seen those women stand a little taller, too. I have to conclude that not all people are as nice as that city worker was, and that if you cannot say something sincerely complimentary about someone's looks, it's probably wise to stay silent. But I won't forget that worker. Not in a million years. That's Bryn Marie. And back to the lines we go. East of the Great Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
I'm a retired Air Force SEAL grade officer who has been one of the few fortunate ones to probably read all of the UFO reports that were available outside of Project Blue Book in a building in Washington, D.C. years ago called Tempo E.
Really?
It was an intelligence.
You've read all the secret stuff?
You got it. And I did tell this to one Air Force officer who I think is your MUFON director down in Florida, but I can't remember his name.
Yes.
And he got quite intrigued by it, and I'm trying to put some names together for him of those people that would be able to confirm that. And
Look. I got to cut through the quick here, and I've got to ask you, basically, what do you know that we don't? If you really read these papers, sir.
No, these were reports.
Reports, all right, that's fine.
Intelligence reports.
Oh, okay, well, even better.
And they didn't deduce anything that said why or what they were. They just told what happened, where it happened, and when it happened, and copies were sent that I recall to the Defense Intelligence Agency. I don't remember if CIA or any other agency was a distribution for these.
Was there a conclusion?
There were no conclusions. No, they were strictly straight gathering of intelligence-type information.
Would somebody like yourself who read them come to a conclusion?
I came to the conclusion that there were many, many sightings that were never reported anyplace else except to this investigative intelligence agency and then just filed, except what they were then subsequently transferred to DI, a Defense Intelligence Agency.
Yes.
And I'm not sure about the NSA or CIA because it's been too long ago that I've read them all, but there was a room with nothing but 5-drawer filing cabinets, and I had gotten special permission to go in and read them because I was in a special training situation. And I was just interested in the subject at the time. It wasn't until recently, till I moved out here in Nevada, that I've gotten more intrigued because of what we allegedly have out here in Area 51.
Did you sign? Did you sign a security statement?
Say again.
Again, I'll say, did you sign a security statement?
No, I was at the time holding the highest possible security
clearance available in the Air Force at my level, which was an SSIR clearance, and it allowed me access to special intelligence.
Are you violating anything by telling us what you're telling us?
No, because I'm not telling you anything that most of the reports were secret.
Okay, that's why I asked you. A person reading them like yourself would conclude what? That we are being visited, that there are extraterrestrials, that the UFOs are really craft of some sort built by some kind of intelligence. Would you conclude that?
I would conclude that, and I would also deduce that there are many, many, many visits and sightings that have never been reported anywhere except in this data bank of files. Now, whether they've been subsequently reduced to microfiche, destroyed, or what have you, I really don't know. I've never followed up on it myself. I've been told that other people have tried to get to these files, but I haven't had the right nomenclature or coding, and have been turned down by the Air Force because they said we don't have these files.
So filing a Freedom of Information Act, even if you knew you were going after, would be of no use.
No, they have filed apparently Freedom of Information Act with this agency asking for those reports. However, they've gotten back negative statements. They're not available. They're no longer available. They never were available. You don't have the right file number, the right case number, the right sequence number. And, of course, that's just a way of...
All right, let me try one more question. It's irresistible. You are familiar with the nomenclature.
Yes, and I reported that to that gentleman in Florida, and I'm trying to think of his name. But I think he's your
It does not matter.
director, but he's an Air Force type that was familiar with it and was going to search for a way to get access to these files if they still exist.
All right, look, I can't spend any more time with this right now, but I would like you to contact me either by mail or fax.
Yeah, I'm going to fax you because I've had a hell of a time trying to reach you. It's just virtually impossible to get through any of the lines.
I know,
and I've just recently started to try this with you.
All right, fax me, and thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine.
I'm glad to hear it. So I wanted to find out how you liked XCOM.
XCOM?
The file.
Oh, I I loved it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Was the manipulation pretty interesting for you as far as, the going after, sending the craft out to investigate the sites and whatnot?
Yes.
I thought that was a pretty accurate estimation of what, if teams like that exist around the world.
Yes, sir.
What they would be doing.
I agree with you.
Listen, I do a lot of volunteer work out here in Spokane. Anything including animal training with big cats like lions and tigers, all the way to suicide prevention task force.
Right.
And that young lady sounded rather stressed tonight.
I know.
I felt really bad. I wish there was something that I could do. But obviously there's no way, for me here in Spokane to do anything about it. But
well, hopefully she'll contact me.
yeah, that would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, I just wanted to call and see how you liked the file and if you got any enjoyment out of it. And
Great enjoyment, and I surely appreciate it. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you for your show.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey.
Art.
That's me.
Hey, this is great. I've been listening to you all over the country, and I finally got a station that comes in clear, and I'm right at home. It's Twin Falls.
Twin Falls, Idaho. Oh, yes, that's right. We're on the air now in Twin Falls, right?
Yeah, I don't know how long you've been, but when we got home, here you were, and I thought, well, I don't have to listen to you in and out anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, you're such a good radio talk show host, and probably my favorite of all of them. I don't listen to too many but yours, and I really like to listen to Doc Democrat and.
Oh, he hasn't been on this morning, has he?
No, I don't think so. And Charlie and Leonard, and it's just fun to hear them, even though I don't always agree with what they say. I think Leonard has things pretty right because I think he reads his Bible a lot and isn't too screwed up by.
Well,
he
he occasionally may go off the extremist edge a little bit.
Well, I'm not sure. I haven't listened to him enough to know exactly what he believes. If you really study his Bible, he'll have things straight. And I feel kind of sorry for people who are so caught up with all this UFO stuff because I don't know. It seems like there's an intentional effort to be deceiving. Something is deceiving.
Well, that's part
and I don't know how. I don't have it all straight.
Yeah, but see, that's part of the draw. I
yeah,
mean,
you're right.
what people don't understand, the curious ones want to know about.
Yeah, and see if it's true.
Sure.
And one thing I like about you don't just jump to conclusions and say, well, this is the way it is. You still have your... Except I kind of wish you would believe in the Bible and the Scriptures a little more, but maybe one of these days you'll study it.
I don't. Well, I have studied it, ma'am.
You have?
Oh, I've read the Bible many times.
Well.
I don't disbelieve them. I don't fully embrace them, and I don't reject them.
Yeah, I know you're an agnostic, and that's kind of a terrible place to be in, because I was there once, and then finally I truly, decided, or I accepted Christ as my Savior is what I did, and then I started reading the Scripture, and I thought, oh, this is true, and it seemed like His Spirit was communing with my spirit, and I just knew that it was true.
See,
but I did go through an awful dark period.
Yeah, it's all right, thank you. It's an act of faith, you see. You accept it on faith. I've never had that luxury. I have this horrid little intellectual thing that burdens me that I have to be able to lay my hands on. I have to be able to see it and prove it and touch it and understand it and pick it apart and be able to be satisfied myself that this is so, whatever it is, and it makes it very difficult for me to accept things purely on faith. That's all. East of the Great Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Art, this is Dan from San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's like to commend you on your program tonight. It was very beautiful.
Glad you enjoyed it.
I got a couple of quick questions for you, then a short black helicopter story.
Oh, I like those.
Okay, first off, whatever happened to that guy, I believe was in San Diego, who got verification from the government of some UFO activity? He was in the local news in San Diego, I believe.
He's still filing Freedom of Information requests, as far as I know, and still getting responses. So that's all I know right now.
Okay. Hey, you had a great program tonight, Art. Now, the black helicopter story.
Yes.
Hey, I was coming home from the store, and I got pulled over by a black 5.0 and a black Jeep Cherokee Grand. It was kind of crazy, Art. And they pulled me over, pulled me out of the car, and put me on the ground, handcuffed me. Didn't read me any rights or anything. Asked them what the problem was, and they told me that I fit a description, and went through all this. And usually, when you get pulled over or handcuffed or anything like that, they'll read you your rights or give you kind of an idea. But these guys are very, very stern and.
Not when you get pulled over by the black helicopter, please.
No. But it was. I mean, they was Bureau, BATF is what they were.
They were BATF.
Yeah, and I try to report it to them. Report to the local police officers and stuff, and they had no record of any ATF activity in the city.
Of course not.
I'm calling from New Orleans, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I see.
But my theory on the black helicopters is that they help out the local police.
Well, I mean, traditionally local police and lousy federal agencies like BATF don't get along real well.
I don't think so, but I know that the local police told me that the NOPD told me that they didn't have any record of any federal activity, and I gave a call to.
Of course they don't.
The Louisiana FBI department, and
even they might not know.
No, they said they didn't know, but it was kind of strange, and it's just kind of a different twist in the black helicopter. Call.
Well, I appreciate it. It is a news story, sir, and I appreciate it.
Okay, watch out for those black 5.0.
Yes, sir. I've got you right. You don't frequently hear about them doing, in essence, traffic stops. So, west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, Art.
Yes, that's me.
This is Sean calling from KNCR, Bakersfield, California.
Oh, up in where?
Bakersfield.
Oh, KNZR, yes.
Yeah. I've been trying to get through for you a while. The federal inmate that wrote you a letter.
Oh, yeah.
About certain things. Certain callers didn't believe certain things he said.
I don't know if this is ominous or not, but I haven't heard from him lately.
Huh. I'm calling to you right now from inside of one of California's finer institutions.
You are?
Yes.
How,
And
how can you make a call at this time of the morning?
I'm working, but I work.
Oh, in other words, you're a guard.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Everything he said is true and then some.
Really?
Yes. That is 100%. It's all true. And if everybody knew actually the access that these people have things to and all the things they have, just for one example, everybody that paroles in California, we give them $200 when they leave.
Really?
$200 gate money when they leave. This comes from way back when they used to give them, a new suit and bus fare.
Well, there has been inflation.
Yeah, $200 is a lot. Most of these people are returned from, they get this money and they get out and they buy more drugs and they come right back.
Well, to twist an old phrase I've used in a commercial, you cannot buy a fine wool suit for $200 today.
That's true. I like that commercial. Things even such as they have rights to anything that is sent to them from a publisher. One guard found child pornography in somebody's locker, took this away from him, and the warden said, "You will return this person's property because he received this."
Had to
from
give the
publisher.
child pornography back.
Yes, because you received this. He received this legally from a publisher, sealed from the publisher in the mail, and he has the right to this, anything from a publisher. And I don't see how somebody can have a right to that.
Who's got it better, the guys on the inside or you?
Oh, fully them. So, as they say, 3 hots and a cot, laundry, everything is provided for them. Schools, computer class, GED classes. I've got to get up and go to work. I got bills to pay, I've got life. I got crazy people on the streets to deal with. They far have it easier. Get to work out 3 times a day, go to bed, sleep when they want, get up when they want.
Well, like I said, I haven't heard from them.
I just couldn't believe certain people called and said that.
I wonder if somebody had a talk with him.
Yeah, it could have very well happened because they don't. If everybody knew what went on in here, there'd definitely be a lot more public outcry about it. And I couldn't believe the people that called and, oh, this can't be going on. Oh, this can't be going on. It's going on beyond your wildest dreams. You cannot begin to imagine. Ice machines, microwaves. I'm looking at them right now.
All right, sir. I appreciate your corroborating his story. Thank you very much for the call. That is truly, truly sickening. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Doc, Democrat.
Well, I'll be damned.
Well, good morning, Art.
Talk about it the last minute.
Hey, wasn't that outstanding leadership last night by the president? He set down a deadline.
I am relevant. I am relevant.
Well, he set down a welfare deadline for the Senate Republicans.
Yeah.
4th of July, and so Bob Dole can't play his little stalling games. President Clinton was the guy
Was that stalling games or Stalin games? It sounded suspiciously like Stalin.
No.
No, stalling. All right.
Delaying games. How's that?
I see. That clears it.
But anyhow, this president, he's going to get some action done here on these issues because, for 2 years, the Republicans filibustered everything he wanted to do. Yeah. All these ideas, half of these ideas that the Republicans are doing were Bill Clinton's ideas.
Stolen? You mean stolen from Bill Clinton?
Yeah, exactly. They filibustered it when he was in power with the Democrats.
What a low-life thing to do. The Republicans stole Bill's ideas.
That's right.
And now he's, but only
line item veto.
The only thing, there's just one thing I don't understand about all that.
What's that?
If they stole his ideas, then, how come he's threatening to veto them?
Because they changed him and made him so radical because they're such radical people that he has to change them to get them back into the mainstream.
I see.
That's just, common sense. But, I think this president is going to get every one of his campaign promises done by 96.
Do you think Bill Clinton could cross a cattle guard?
Cross a cattle guard?
Yeah.
Certainly. Why not?
Doc, tell America good night. We're all done.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, boy. Maybe nothing will save us. That'll do it. We're out of time. I'm sorry, everybody. We live and die by the clock, and now it's die time. So from the high desert, on behalf of all of those out there who make this program possible, thank you. Good night.
Independent sources of information. He wrote a very, very nice article. He's an aviation specialist. He took it to his editor at this major metropolitan newspaper, and he was told, sorry, we don't do articles on UFOs. That, you know, I've reported before, I think, on your programs, but this is an astonishing phenomenon that we see very clearly from our vantage point in Seattle. The local...
I stopped and I went back there the next day and I didn't see any remains or anything, but it's still, I mean, I've never seen anything like it before.
Mm-hmm. And how long did it last all told, do you estimate, please?
About 15 or 20 seconds, I'd say.
Uh-huh. And where were you at the time of the sighting, please?
I was on Interstate 95, right around Green Cove Springs, Florida, which is between St. Augustine and Jacksonville. Headed southbound, came from the east and went west. It seemed to spend most of the time above my car. Then when it went west, where I could actually see it, it was about maybe 75 or 100 feet in the air above the tree line there, and that's the last time I saw it. It was over like a part forest, part field kind of thing. No houses or any other things around. It was pretty much the middle of nowhere. Okay. Another thing I want to say, when the light was surrounding my car, it was so bright that I think it may have been like directly at the top of my car because I could see it in all directions the same intensity, and also I could barely see my dashboard.
It was that bright, huh?
Yeah, and I almost crashed the car because I couldn't see the road at all. So by the time it had gone west, you know, I almost ran off the road, I was off the road, and I almost ran into the guardrail.
Wow. That was within the last 10 days. And the one thing not illustrated in this cut, I talked with this gentleman for about 15 or 20 minutes, and he described in fine detail some of his impressions of what was going on. There was a tractor-trailer behind his car on Interstate 95. Probably, he estimates, about 10 car lengths behind him. And his impression was that tractor-trailer locked up his brakes. There must be some truck driver out there somewhere in the United States who probably was witness to this incident. And if anybody's listening and knows that truck driver, we'd sure like to talk to him.
We sure would. By the way, I should point out, for those who are used to listening to Linda Moulton Howe in this segment, Linda Moulton Howe is down with a serious case of the flu and has been since last Monday with a temperature of about 102, the same thing I went through. And so that accounts for Linda's absence this evening, and as a matter of fact, your presence, Peter. Sure happy to have you here.
It's delightful to be here, and I'm missing Linda's report. I look forward to it every week. Well, she'll be back next week. It's in February. That is in itself, by the way, a story I've never seen a flu year like the one we're having this year. Hospitals are packed, emergency rooms are overloaded. It's really strange.
Yep.
Anyway, you have a number of audio clips for us.
We do indeed, and I think we'll be playing them throughout the program. And one thing I'd like to preface with, too, Art, is that I would like to release some information about those sightings over Arizona on the 13th of March that I have revealed in only very limited circles in the past. But it will be the first time that we will share some interesting information, or more accurately, certain observations as to what was going on across the United States that night.
We're talking about the Phoenix sightings of March.
The Phoenix sightings of the 13th of March, 1997, that so many people are trying to call military flares and lasers and other such, I feel, nonsense. And we've been working on this for now about 9 months. And we've come up with certain observations that I think our listeners tonight will find intriguing. We're sure that we don't have all the answers as to what went on there, but it was a genuinely bizarre incident that occurred over Phoenix about 9 months ago. Well, so we'll be talking about that later on. All right.
So the next clip that I would like to play for our listeners is an incident that occurred very recently.
This is Wednesday of last week. There was some kind of bizarre interaction between two young people up in Standish, Maine. It's now under investigation. In fact, I gather active investigation. It looks like a classic nighttime interaction between two young people and some very strange craft that was seen hovering over a lonesome highway, and there are many of them up in Maine. A lonesome highway in Maine, just about 6:30 last Wednesday night, East Coast time, and I think in about a minute or a minute and a half, our listeners will get the impression of what appears to us serious-minded ufologists to be taking place almost constantly in this country. Let me play this cut about, I think, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right, I'll tell you what, Peter, I'm not sure we're going to have time for that. We're going to go to a bottom-of-the-hour break here very, very shortly, and I don't want to have to interrupt it.
Yeah.
So we can do that after we come back.
That'll be fine.
Listen, give me a little clue about what you were talking about with respect to Phoenix.
Yeah. It's very important when analyzing anything to have sort of a broad scope of what's going on elsewhere that possibly may be related to the primary incident. There were certain things that it took us months to discover that perhaps were taking place across the United States in the reconnaissance forces, also with regard to Cheyenne Mountain. And the security level or the level of military preparedness that may have been declared that night. One of the things I'm going to do is request of our listeners.
Are you talking about the DEFCON level?
The DEFCON level, the defense condition. It is our belief. And
all right, that's where I want to stop you.
Okay.
We're going to hang up the audience here. Stay right where you are. Peter Davenport. Was simultaneously going on at Cheyenne Mountain and elsewhere? We'll ask in a moment. And how to see them. Is stuck with a Ryder truck in the state of Virginia with a bad tire in the middle of a snowstorm. And he called us on a cellular phone. So there you have it. Mark Smith will not be with us this evening. He will be tending to his bad back, trying to get his vehicle out of the snow in Virginia, and we will schedule him for a future Dreamland. Just thought you'd want to know. In the meantime, go to my website and take a look at the link I've got up there. If you jump over to that, you'll see what human auras really look like, courtesy of whoever put that website up. It is a superb example of human auras. That's at www.artbell.com, and it's there right now. Go take a look. In the meantime, Peter Davenport is here, and I guess to keep the train of continuity on track, we will pick up with the whole Phoenix business. Now, March 13th, something gigantic was over the city of Phoenix. 2 million people below. Something really, really big. It wasn't flares. And apparently there was more than just that going on at that moment. What else was happening, Peter? Cheyenne Mountain? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, I should get my disclaimers in first, Art. All of what I'm about to say may be the product of pure coincidence. We don't know. It's an angle that we have been working on quietly for the last 6 or 8 months, ever since that massive sighting over Phoenix on the 13th of March. But there are 4 things that happened that night. Whether they're related or not, we're still trying to put the pieces together, but this is how we look at the situation. Of course, the major sighting over Phoenix, in my opinion, it was the most massive, most dramatic sighting in the history of modern ufology.
Sure.
That makes it the last 50 years.
Roughly 8:30, I think, Pacific or Arizona time to 10 o'clock or 10 something.
That's right. The first sighting was over Henderson, Nevada at 6:55 Nevada time, actually 7:55 Arizona time. The next report was from Paulden, Arizona at 8:16, and it took it about 15 minutes to get down over downtown Phoenix. But that was a major sighting. There's no question about it. The second incident that we have had reported to us, and it is unconfirmed at this time, in fact, that's part of the reason I'm revealing it tonight, is to solicit any kind of evidence that any of our listeners may have that might help us confirm or deny some of these incidents. But the second incident that occurred is that a major U.S. reconnaissance satellite went offline, that is, went dark, for reasons that, as far as we know, were not understood at all well and may still not be well understood by the National Reconnaissance Office, which I presume is the entity in our government that supervises those things.
Now, let me understand. During the sightings of March 13th, you're saying one of our KH series satellites went offline?
I don't know which satellite. All we have learned from an individual in the satellite business is that one of their quote birds went offline. Whether it was one of the KH-10 or 11 or KH-11 or 12 series, I have no way of knowing. Of course, the reconnaissance forces are fairly tight-lipped about these things, and for good reason.
So you say you got this from somebody in the satellite business?
That is the ultimate source, is my understanding.
Okay.
The third incident of interest, and we have not been able to confirm this either, but it comes to us from what appears to be a reliable source, is that U.S. military forces were put on an elevated state of military readiness on the night of the 13th of March, 1997. That was the same night, of course, that the sightings occurred over Arizona.
An elevated state of alert.
Not only an elevated state of alert, but it is reported to us, unconfirmed again, that they went from a normal DEFCON 5, Defense Condition 5, which is normal peacetime state of alert, to a DEFCON 3 state of readiness.
They jumped right over a 4 and went to 3?
That is our understanding, again unconfirmed. I wish to underscore that point. But you may remember that on Coast to Coast, you broke the news back in mid-April, I think it was April 16th, that they had gone from a state of DEFCON 5 to DEFCON 4. They closed the doors at Cheyenne Mountain and so on.
There was no question about that. That was during the A-10 incident.
That's right. It was shortly after that. They closed down Cheyenne Mountain to all visitors, and they were serious about it. In this case, on the 13th of March, about a month earlier, they went from DEFCON 5 to DEFCON 3. It is reported to us. Now, that is interesting. The fourth...
now, wait a minute now. They say that UFOs are no threat to national security.
Yes.
That's what they say.
That's the official line, isn't it? It has been for 50 years from the U.S. government, and I think it's time that we get some answers from those people.
I would presume there'd be no way to get an answer on this. In other words, you could file Freedom of Information Acts until the cows come home, and they wouldn't tell you when they increased a DEFCON status by 2 numbers. There's no way.
I've actually approached some senior people in the Air Force to ask whether, in fact, defense condition statuses are published publicly, and they guffawed. They said, we can sometimes release that information if we wish to do so, but we are by no means required to do it. They can go all over the map with those defense conditions, and the American public would never know the truth of the matter.
So again, while the incident was going on in Phoenix, the DEFCON level was rising at Cheyenne Mountain.
That is a possibility.
Good heavens.
That is what we think may have happened. And if there's anybody out there listening to us who could either confirm that fact or prove to us that it was not the case, we would welcome the information in either case. And I encourage people, please do not break the law to get that information to us. In other words, if there are people out there who have made secrecy pledges, we do not ask them to come forward.
Don't break them. We have no way to protect you.
That's right. But if they can direct us to publicly available information that would give us evidence or hopefully proof that would help us confirm some of these things, we would be more than grateful. And one thing I feel compelled to add to that, Art, is that please, if you call the UFO hotline in Seattle, and I'll give that number out before the program's over, please recognize that this number may be monitored. We have no way of knowing whether that's the case or not, but do not risk your own reputation or job or safety or any of that to get that information to us.
Oh, I'd lay money on it.
That's my feeling, too, but we try to avoid those paranoid thoughts up here. After all, we make it very clear that any of the data we have is available to anybody. It doesn't matter whether we're monitored or not from our standpoint, really.
There is another Cheyenne Mountain story that broke, I don't know, a month or 2 ago. And I have no confirmation of this as well. I don't know if you've heard about it, but I was told that there were quite a number of employees or people who worked at Cheyenne Mountain, apparently civilian employees who worked at Cheyenne Mountain, who stumbled on some information that scared the hell out of them, Peter, and they took their families and left Cheyenne Mountain and went to South America.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether you've heard that story or not.
I have. I've seen it on the internet, Art.
There you are.
Reports.
There you are. So that would be another one that I would like to have confirmed. If anybody has any information about that at all, I would have them contact you, and we will give that number out here shortly. So the Cheyenne Mountain went to a higher DEFCON status, is the story. What a coincidence, Peter.
Well, those are the first 3 of 4 coincidences. The fourth one is what I consider to be the bone crusher, if in fact it's true. And again, I say this is surmise on my part, but the same night that the incident occurred over Arizona, 13th of March we're talking about again, was the very night that President Clinton injured his knee to the degree that he required extensive surgery the next morning.
My goodness, I recall.
Yeah, that was the night, and it occurred to us immediately. It piqued our interest, that's for sure.
Now, let's see. If there's something seen over a major city, if the DEFCON alert is suddenly jumped a couple of numbers, then it would follow that somebody back in Washington would grab the president and put him into a helicopter or something.
Yes. That is what immediately occurred to us. It is part of the reason that we did not reveal this information or even conjecture about it now for 9 months. We have been working at trying to confirm these things. We still have not been able to confirm them, but if my theory is correct, and it is only but a theory, this is the scenario that I see in my mind's eye. An incident occurs over Arizona. The evidence is overwhelming, and I have a tape that I can't play on national television or national radio, Art. We are fairly certain that incident over Arizona precipitated the scrambling of 2 F-15 fighters out of Luke Air Force Base.
Oh, really?
Now, the commanders of Luke laugh and guffaw in response to this query. They say, but we are only an F-16 base. They are exactly correct. I accept what they say on that point, except for the following exception. There is a branch of the Air Force that I believe is referred to as Ready Alert. Whenever the president or vice president or any important dignitaries fly over the United States, they are chaperoned by fighters.
Absolutely.
They fly cap over the individual's aircraft. That program, to the best of my knowledge, and this is unconfirmed, the best of my knowledge, it's referred to as a Ready Alert unit. There are such units, small units, all across the United States prepared to scramble at a moment's notice to chaperone the president's aircraft. Now, we believe that there may have been, and may still be, a Ready Alert unit at Luke Air Force Base. They used to fly F-15s, so it is not illogical to argue, I feel, that Luke Air Force Base would have all the hardware, everything necessary to support a small unit of F-15s. The other line of reasoning I apply is that if you are a commander assigned the task of protecting the president's aircraft,
right,
the aircraft of choice would be a twin-engine aircraft. That's the F-15. They have 2 engines in them.
Correct.
In lieu of the F-16, which is a single-engine aircraft. Presumably, if you're a commander looking forward to your next star or promotion and or a comfortable retirement, you would never want to have to apologize for the president for not being able to scramble aircraft to protect Air Force One, and you would not choose an F-16 to fly that mission under normal circumstances. Now, I am groping in the dark. I am conjecturing. This is pure surmise. It's important that our listeners understand that. I was an Air Force brat, but for 1 year as a kid, and I've never served in the Air Force. What I'm applying is logic here. Now, the scenario I see in my mind's eye is if that object that was over downtown Phoenix and its wingspan was measured in miles, Art, whether 1, 2, or 3 miles wide, we don't know, but it was intercepted by one of those 2 F-15s that photographed it with its gun camera. Now, under a circumstance like that, I presume word would get back to Cheyenne Mountain. Cheyenne Mountain would send word to the White House or to wherever the president was at the time, and the cover story or the report is that the president was in the home of Greg Norman. I think he's an Australian golfer who has a home in Florida. And he tripped on the carpet in the wee hours of the morning. We don't know the circumstances of that, but I must say, at the time of that report in the papers, it seemed as though the White House was attempting to gloss over the details of that incident.
Oh, they absolutely did, yes.
They didn't. You know, under normal circumstances, you'd have photographs of the stairs where he fell. There would be fiber analysis of the carpet, the marks on the banister where he hit his head, et cetera, et cetera. I speak facetiously, of course.
So obviously you think they were trying to spirit the president out, and he tripped and hurt himself. And then we found out the next day, after everything had quieted it back down and the DEFCON numbers returned to 5.
Yeah. That is a possible scenario, and I seek information if there's anybody out there who can help us either confirm or deny any of these alleged facts or surmises that I've revealed here. We would welcome the information.
And the number?
The number in Seattle of the hotline is area code 206-722-3000. And they can contact me there, or they can send us a correspondence if they'd like to use the mail system. Our address here in Seattle is the National UFO Reporting Center, of course, and our P.O. Box is 45623, University Station, Seattle, Washington, and the zip code is 98145.
All right, and we'll get that on again later if everybody will get a pencil and a paper ready. Peter, in the meantime, something occurred in Maine just a few days ago, and we have just enough time to get that on.
Yeah. This was an interaction between a young gal and with her brother with something up over Standish, Maine. Let me just play the tape, and then if we have time left over, we can talk about it.
Sure,
Here we go.
We break in.
And my brother saw something that he thought was an airplane, and he said, "You think that's an airplane?" And I said, "I don't know, I can't see it." And then we got there, like, it wasn't too high up in there. It looked like maybe 3 telephone poles up in there, and it wasn't moving. So I pulled over, put my hazards on, and looked up above me, and it looked like it was almost shaped like a square, like a diamond, but with a very vague, like maybe octagon thing around it. And then there was 4 bright white, yellowish, really bright lights on each corner. And then in the middle of it, there was a blinking red light. And then my lights shut off, and I didn't shut them off on my own. And then I got a really weird feeling, and I couldn't move. I was just staring at it, and then all of a sudden, all the lights went off, and then I blinked and looked over, and it had moved across the street over some trees because we had gotten out of the car to look at it, and the lights went out. So when I looked up again, it had moved because we thought it had gone away, and it was across the street, like way over with its lights on, but this time it was moving.
When you said the lights went out, does that mean the lights on your car went out?
Yeah, the lights on my car went out. And I was feeling like really tingly and stuff. My insides were feeling like really tingly, and I couldn't move. And then, so we waited, watched it, and it was just like hovering like over us, just like not moving, just like swaying like side to side. And then the lights went off, so we thought it was gone. And then when we looked back up, it had gone across the street diagonally, but there was like no noise or nothing. And it was just like going. It was very odd.
Okay.
And
That was 4 nights ago.
How old was that young lady?
That young lady is 17 years of age. She reports to us. She was with her, I believe, younger brother on Route 114 near Standish, Maine.
Boy.
That is out west of Portland, Maine, 20 miles from the New Hampshire border, straight north of Kennebunkport. And that was 4 nights ago.
4 nights.
We have had about 4 or 5 reports similar to this since mid-December last month.
From the same area or different areas?
From all across the United States.
All across the U.S.?
Yep. This one, we had one from Ada, Oklahoma. I may play that tape later in the program. It's a pretty dramatic interaction between 2 young teenagers out near Ada, Oklahoma, and something that was directly above their tent. We're getting reports like this fairly frequently, Art. Formerly, in past years, they've been very rare, but they're coming in with a greater frequency, I will say, than has been the case in the past.
Well, that's one of the questions I always ask, the frequency of these reports, and now you're saying they appear to be increasing.
We've had a pulse of them in the recent past, that's for sure.
Well, listen, what you've told me about the March 13th Phoenix business is big news, Peter. It's really big news.
I feel that too, Art.
So we'll see if we get some feedback. In the meantime, I'm going to play this incredible Michigan tape after the top of the hour, and we'll get back in touch with you into the next hour and take calls and play more recordings, all right?
Very good.
All right, take care. That's Peter Davenport, and he will be back with us after we play one of the most incredible recordings you will have ever heard. It's raw audio. Prepare your recorders. Get ready, because I've never heard anything like this in my life. You're going to have to listen carefully because it is raw. This is Dreamland. Essentially speaks for itself. It is raw audio of an encounter over Michigan that, as Peter said, thousands, tens of thousands of people saw and was seen on radar as well. I couldn't possibly impart it to you in any more of a dramatic manner than it is imparted on this tape. I will attempt to cover up names and addresses as they occur because I'm going to play the full tape. If you appreciate the epic, you're going to want to record what you're about to hear. In some cases, it's going to be difficult to hear. This is raw audio, and it speaks for itself.
One center. This tape is made from the unaltered master tape. The date 3/8/94, the time 21:30 hours. Also recorded will be dispatch conversation with the National Weather Service personnel.
Have you heard anything about these lights that are flickering up here in the east-southeast area? It's like a group. It looks like a string of Christmas lights that's way up in the sky. And we wondered if you had heard anything about it.
Not a thing.
Wow, you might have somebody take a look. It's different. I've never seen anything like it.
It's like UFO.
I don't know. It's strange. But it's right out east-southeast. It's way up. And it's just like a circle of a lot of different lights flickering. And it's different than any airplane.
Okay, your address, please.
All right, we're not going to allow the address to be given out over the air. We're going to cover that up.
Looking out the front of our house, it's, Dale, what direction did you say that was? East-southeast. And that's when you're coming down 16th Street, right to Country Club Road. If you look to your immediate, just to your lower right, they're right there in the sky. It's just something we've never seen before.
Okay, we'll have somebody check it out.
All right.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
You're going to hear a lot of this in between calls. Just random tape noise. You're hearing a 911 dispatcher.
911?
Yeah, is this the police?
We do the dispatching from Services Center.
Okay, I don't know if you guys do anything on UFOs at all. I got real...
Okay, again, a cut and a wait.
Something's going up and down. Hold on.
Oh, excuse me? Okay, what do you have there, sir?
There were at least 4 lights, and they were all flashing like, okay, they were the sequence. It was a kind of like a V, and there was 4 lights, and they were blinking back and forth. And there's no way, I mean, a plane's not that wide. And then it went down to 3 lights, and it started spinning around, like it was a circular motion. Then it started going up and down, and then it went to 2 lights, into the same thing, and now it's 1 and just spinning in a circle.
Okay, what's your name?
All right, we're going to cover that up as well. By now, the 911 dispatcher is becoming a believer.
Okay, and you're at 419 Stratford?
All right, we're going to hold that, too.
Okay, we'll have somebody stop by and see you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
By now, he's wondering what's going on.
Central Charlie 2-1, sending one down.
Traffic stop there, Artie.
Now listen very carefully.
911, you guys busy?
I call that's not a really emergency. We just called them off the UFOs. They're out there. They ain't airplanes.
Yeah, we've got a car on the way over there, let's see, right now. I've got a couple other calls.
Really? They see them too?
Where are they now? I mean, are they...
They're just kind of hanging there. They came up as a group and then they kind of split. I bet some kind of hot air balloon or helium balloon lights on them.
Okay.
They ain't airplanes.
Yeah, we've got a car on the way. He was coming from the downtown area, so he's...
They're kind of hanging in the general area. It's like maybe the wind might have broken them apart like they would be balloons maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so we got a call from Stratford Way, and that's where he's heading first, and then he's going to head over to yours.
Okay, yeah, they're dead south of us now.
South of you?
Yeah, we're on 16th Country Club.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, brother.
By now, the 911 fellow wants to know what's going on. He's about to make a call.
Central Dispatch?
Yeah, this is a non-emergency, so feel free to cut me off if something comes in. And I feel kind of silly calling, but my son insisted that I call. Is there any Air Force airplanes or helicopters flying around in Allegan or Ottawa County tonight?
Well, we've had reports out Stratford Way in that area of lights, and they're checking it out.
Stratford Way? Yep. Now, where would that be? We're right on Ottawa, on the county line.
Yeah, it's down in that area.
It is?
Highland City.
Pardon?
Right down, it's by Highland City.
Okay, because he saw them heading southeast of the county line of Ottawa and Allegan, probably right on the Kent County line, I would imagine.
Okay, yeah, we've got them checking it out. They say it's something to do with radio towers down in the area.
It has something to do with what?
Radio towers down in the area.
They were in the air.
Why don't you tell them what you saw?
Okay, I was at a real high hill, right on the county line there. And it was like at a 45-degree angle to the ground. There was like probably 4 or 5 lights, and they were all flashing right in a row from the top all the way down to the bottom. And it was sitting there for a while, and then it leveled off, and then it moved southeast. It was up in the air quite a bit.
Okay, yeah, we got an officer down the area checking on it right now.
Okay.
Okay.
It took off real fast.
Okay, yeah, we'll let them know.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All right, by now, the 911 dispatcher is getting very, very curious about what's going on. And again, he's about to start to try to make calls to figure out what is going on. And now that's what you're going to hear. He's now dialing up what he thinks is the Weather Service.
You have reached the National Weather Service office in Muskegon, Michigan. Phone calls are answered during normal business.
All right, so he decides that that is not a good number, and so he's going to call a number where he can reach a human being. That's what you're listening to the 911 dispatcher. There we go.
Hi, Muskegon. This is Ottawa County 911 calling. Yeah, how you doing? Good. You guys have access to a radar there, don't you? Yes, we do. You do. You getting anything weird down in the southern Ottawa County area? Anything weird? Hold on for a second. Okay. Yeah, 84th and Garfield? Out of Chicago. That's a track radar. Nothing more than the usual ground fire we get right there. Let me get on closer range. Okay, the reason I ask is we're getting a whole bunch of calls of some strange lights in the southern Ottawa, northern Allegan County, right near Holland City area. Strange light? Yeah. Such as we've had about 60 UFO calls. Okay. Well, I'm sitting here going, no, come on. There's got to be something more to this. Yeah. Well, I have to call a UFO reporting center then about this. It's just, we've had a couple of them, and we got an officer out there right now, and he says the only thing he sees right now is the tower. What they had done is replace their lights. They were on steady before, now they're on an alternating blinking pattern. That's what he cars, or the citizens are saying, well, yeah, but they seem to be moving. Well, are you standing in the same spot you were before? No. Well, that would make a move to me, you know. I mean, you're standing on one side of your house, you go to the other, yeah, they're going to be in a different location. So I was just kind of curious if you noticed anything, or anything on there at all.
I'm looking at it in the vertical now, and I'm not really, let's see, wait a minute, there's something right there. Okay, let's see what that is. Looks like, there's a large return down there. Let's see, that looks like, it's up about maybe, well, it disappeared, but it was up about 6,000 feet in about, could have been in plane, I don't know, but it was pretty big. Wait a minute. Sure that was.
Yeah, they're getting a bunch of weird ones down there, and like I say, now it's starting to, appears to be moving a little bit south.
Yeah, okay, well, it moved. Let's see. Yeah, there's something big down there. Wait a minute, that's really strange. I get it down at, I'm getting it down around South Bend. No, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I looked at the wrong graph. Let's see. If I can find the right overlay, I can see exactly what I'm seeing here. It's moving. I can see it moving, and it's just moved about, well, let me get the range through. Let's see. It looks like it's around 82 kilometers from me. It puts it down about, yeah, right down at the, right down near South Haven.
Okay, this would be north of this.
And,
right at the Allegan-Ottawa County line.
Okay, now I lost it. Yeah, oh, there it goes. Okay, it's moving. It's moving towards the, west-southwest. And it looks like a big blob.
Yeah, that's the way it was explained to us.
And it's not, I think it's almost off the scope. Let me go to another.
This is weird.
Let me go to another, let's see. It looks like it's fizzled out. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, it was up about 6,000 feet or so. And unless that was a, really seeing it, okay. And I can't, it disappears. It's moving because,
one pass is here, the next pass is gone?
yeah. Well, I got it on manual now. I'm just kind of, I'm continuously radiating on it. And looks like it's steady right now. It's gone up. I'm getting it now at about 12,000 feet. And it's a pretty strong return. But yeah, I've never seen. Now I'm getting multiple returns.
One of the people that called that I had happened to talk to said it looked like a bunch of cylindrical objects.
Well, oh my God, what is that?
They were going together and coming apart.
Yeah, there's three, and they're lengthwise. Now I'm getting three of them, and I'm getting a third one now, and they're separated by about,
by, they look like a triangle on my scope. I'm looking one around down by, let's see, I'm seeing one down near South Haven. I'm seeing another one over Lake Michigan about northwest of Benton Harbor, and another one over, west of, or east of Benton Harbor, which would be near, looks like Decatur. So I'm seeing three of those. They're very strong. Now I'm getting another one down in Berrien County. These are huge returns. I've never seen anything like this. Not even when I'm doing storms. These aren't storms. They're just popping up all over the place.
This is strange, yeah, because the officer says it's green and red lights. It does not look like an airplane. Okay. They come together and then they separate, and they just keep doing this all the time.
And you're seeing that? Yeah, I'm seeing three returns. They've moved positions now. South Haven looks like shed more light. South Haven. Okay, that one over by South Haven just zoomed over to the northwest by about, now they changed position again. One about 20 miles west of South Haven. Another one just above, looks like the Coloma, and the other one is just off the coast of Benton Harbor.
Wow, this is weird.
Okay, now that one near South Haven has moved. It's moving further out into Lake Michigan. I'm getting them up. Okay, it popped. Now I'm getting four. No? Yeah, I got four for a while. Now I'm getting another one way down. I did for a little while. These are all up around about between 7,000 and 12,000 feet.
Oh, this is strange. This is really weird.
Yeah, I don't know if it's some kind of energy or the radar is picking up something. I wish we had a picture of this, but
I'm going to find out exactly where he sees them once.
Yeah.
Union 22, can you size objects south of Union or right overhead?
All right, it gets a little difficult to hear here. We are going to pause, and I will give you the remainder of this raw audio tape. Have we got you interested? You're listening to a National Weather Service radar operator who, incidentally, after doing all of this, according to Peter Davenport, was arbitrarily transferred out of his job. We will have the remainder of this when we come back in a moment. From the high desert, the area that will answer.
You're hearing Dreamland from the Kingdom of Nye with Art Bell.
Good morning, everybody. If you would look at a map and reference the areas that this radar operator is talking about, you would find they're about 25 miles apart and form nearly a perfect triangle. We'll have the balance of this report in a moment. The real thing from Michigan.
Right overhead.
Listen carefully.
One that's our southwest from 16th and Country Club area. Yeah, he says they're southwest of Holland City. So that could be that one
by Benton Harbor if it's up that high. This is really weird.
Yeah, I was getting 4. Okay, now they've moved position again. And I'm sweeping it back and forth in kind of like a triangle, just back and forth from where the beam is spotted towards Chicago, then I sweep it back toward maybe Fort Wayne. And each sweep, they'll be in the same position, and then all of a sudden they'll pop up somewhere else. So it's instantaneously moving, and I'm getting about between 3 and 4 returns. And they look like, sweeping in the vertical, they look like very strong spikes. I'm getting, really weird. I don't know if I'm, these are bigger than planes. Usually a plane will pick up as a little pinpoint, but these are about, on my radar scope, these are about the size of maybe, looks like a half centimeter across.
Righty, I'm going to try Grand Rapids ones here too and see if they've got anything that they're aware of once too.
Okay, they look like they're all moving toward the south, towards Chicago. There's 3 returns moving towards Chicago. They're about over center of Lake Michigan, 3 of them in a triangle, and they're about the real southern part of Lake Michigan, probably just off the coast of Berrien County.
Okay.
Just northeast of Chicago.
All right, I will give them a shot and see what I can locate from them.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, now you've got a situation where the man at the National Weather Center doesn't believe that he's been talking to the people at the 911 service.
The Kent County Department of Aeronautics, you have reached our automated attendant. Our offices are currently closed.
That was attempt number 1. Now, listen carefully.
Dispatch? Yeah, this is the National Weather Service in Muskegon. I was calling to make sure that the person that called me was really a sheriff from out of a county and not a host.
He was one of our dispatchers.
Oh, okay. Calling about the...
Right, we've been chasing them all over down that way.
Pardon?
We've been chasing lights down all over down that way.
So what really is going on?
I don't know. I still got a car out in the area.
Really? Can you hold on for a second?
Sure.
All of this has never been played on the air before.
Did Ken fill you in on the weather service at all, Jim?
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, okay. So what were these things what do they look like?
I don't know. We got a report of something going through the air with lights on it horizontally, 3 to 4 lights, going at a high rate of speed up and down and all over the sky. And I bet we've had 5 or 6 calls.
Right.
And they've all been in the South Holland area.
South Holland?
Yep, from South Holland down to Overijssel, down in that area.
Overijssel?
Right.
And what color were the lights?
I didn't really get what color they were.
Okay, yeah. Well, I did pick up, I picked up about 3 to 4 blips, and they were big. They weren't planes, because planes usually show up like as a little pinpoint that moves through on the scope. But these were bigger. These were about the size of half a thumbnail on the scope, and they were up about between 5 and 12,000 feet, and they had real strong returns with them. And there were 3 of them. They bounced all over the place, but the general movement of all 3 of them were towards Chicago. I pretty much gave up looking at them when it reached just southern Lake Michigan, right towards Chicago. So I did see something, and I've never seen anything like that before. I don't know, if it's some kind of an atmospheric phenomenon. I hear they have, I hear the Northern Lights is going on. I got a call from Manson saying that the
to the southeast. Okay, right left, I'm sorry. Fantastic. Yeah, that's what I was seeing actually move towards Chicago.
Great.
I wish we had a recording of what I could see.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there's some blips showing up on the computer part, and this is being recorded, so there is going to be a recording of this, so if they can, you might be able to see a movement on this if we can play this back.
Okay. All right, well, if we get any more, we'll let you know also.
Okay, please do. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That has never been heard in totality before. And as I said at the beginning, I think that it pretty well speaks for itself. So I will have no further comment, and you can absorb it. Hopefully you got to record it. There is one other little item that I would like to play for you. You heard earlier tonight, you heard Peter suggest that the Air Force does not put up aircraft to go chase UFOs. That may not be totally correct. And I offer you the following that was sent to me to be able to play on the air, and I did once before. The following is a recording, again, a raw recording from Edwards Air Force Base in California. It was a night they were seeing things. Listen carefully.
Pretty fast. And he's coming from north to south. North to south, right. North to south at this time from Edwards? Right. He's blinking red.
I have another red light and green light combination in sight moving very rapidly over the field at this time. I'm going to check with my RAPCON to see if they have any movement in that area.
Phoenix ASO. ASO Lance here. Say, have you all had any reports of unknown flying objects over there? No, we haven't. Okay, we were wondering. We supposedly are having quite an invasion over here. What area? In our area? No, it's over around Victorville and Edwards there. And I was wondering if any of your sites or any of your bunches over there have called anything in. No. Okay, fine. Thank you much. Right. 4 of them in that seat. Yes, sir. Be on the bottom side. 2 of them. Yes, sir. Count that. Well, there's 4 altogether. Right. There's 2 in a line, and then there's 3 in a line. Yeah. The 3 in a line would run westward. The other one would run up parallel with the right line. Yeah. Right. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's one that's on. Okay.
Will you do us a favor? Can you read the story? We're looking for about 7 UFOs here. Well, here in Come Ontario International. Will you? Well, how far north of Ontario? Okay. We're not positive. This is coming from Edward San George. Now, on here, let's, did he come from the northeast? Yes. No, he came from the, northeast. These guys at 8,000 feet. About 7 of them. They're red, white, and green flashing lights. They have been sighted visually. And they're climbing now. And we wonder if you're painting them. We're trying to get a cross-section here. They're red, as I think. Also, the 2 towers, the George Tower. Also, on Edwards Tower. Huh? Oh, yeah, describe it for me. Yeah. Here's, I watched the dude look at through the glasses, and at first it looked just like a star. Yeah. And then it started, it was white and green. It's flashing white and green. And on what appears might be the bottom. At first appearance, it looked just like a star. Yeah. I mean, it's not intermittent flashing. It appears to be fading. I see. In other words, they're like fades in and out, huh? Fades in and out. Flag. It's not flashing. Similar to what aircraft anti-collision lights go to. Oh, yeah. It definitely isn't moving that flag.
Will they send an interceptor? Listen carefully.
let's go to our hot sites around here. Let's see if we can dig up something. It's definitely changes color from white to red, or white to green, and red. The red flashes strong enough to block out the rest of it for the naked eye. So it appears to be white color from white to green to red. Can you get any form out of the thing, what it looks like? I haven't checked it. It appears to move a lot closer to it than I checked it with the glasses. Is it getting brighter or what? Is it getting brighter? Well, it appears to be quite a bit brighter. It's hard to tell sitting in a lighted room looking out a window at it. Yeah, it's Elijah. Is this the chief controller? Paramedic Healy, Right, Major Struble here. I've got some objects painting over Edwards at 11:05. Edwards is observing them from the ground. Two towers observing them, and we're carrying them on height and radar. They're flashing white, green, and red. Edwards is observing, and we have a track on them, Kilo 157. They're heading west. They're at this time approximately 20 miles west of Edwards. At 11:05, there was we talked to Center. They didn't have anything on it, but heading west through the area at 14 grand. And he had no joy on them. Center queried the bird. Let's see, I'm holding them now with the bird that flew through the area 50 miles west of Edwards. 50 west. Yeah. Now, talk to the sergeant, the UFO people at Edwards. In the first place, I should tell you that Norton UFO referred this back to Edwards as being in their area. The lieutenant is the UFO responsible officer in bed, 3 miles away. The sergeant should tell you doesn't have any authority except just to report to us. They haven't requested a scramble or anything. My question would be then, do you want us to shake this lieutenant out of the pad and see if he wants to request? Edwards said they had no capability based off of going up and looking. Now we're painting a lot up there and everybody's seeing it. So, do you think we ought to check this lieutenant out of the pad and see if he wants to request we go up and take a look? It might be... Well, they haven't raised him yet, They haven't called him? Well, I told him to hold off until I talk to you. The sergeant is reluctant to call him until he feels like he needs to because it's being 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. If you have such a good paint and everything on him, I think it'd be worthwhile if you give him a call. Yeah, that's my feeling, too. Right. And then if he... in that area, if he should request a scramble, we could probably take one of the guard birds, deuces up that thing. Yeah, that could be okay. Yeah. Right. Okay.
All right, there you are.
All I give in here is special 13 for unsafe target. Okay, let's put a special 13 in on 157. Oh, 157. All okay there? Right, thank you.
And so they scrambled and went up and took a look, and that's what occurred at Edwards. So if you have any question in your mind about whether or not the Air Force does respond to things that it sees when it paints them with radar, there you are. All right, well, that has been quite an hour, and I hope many of you out there who are skeptical are sitting there at the moment sort of shaking your head side to side in a bit of wonderment. Once again, from Seattle, Washington, here is Peter Davenport. Peter?
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Stirring tapes. Really interesting stuff. I have a lot of responses. I've heard these tapes before, of course, in past months and years. But it is proof positive, I feel, that the Air Force clearly addresses the UFO phenomenon seriously.
Indeed.
And they send hardware out to look at it from time to time.
Indeed.
No question about it.
That would have been the case certainly over Edwards. I imagine, as you pointed out earlier, it was probably the case when they had the Phoenix sightings here not long ago.
That's my suspicion. That's for sure.
I understand that while I was playing those tapes, you were taking a UFO report simultaneously.
That is correct, which underscores just how busy we can get here on certain occasions. But a person who's listening to us in the Sacramento area just called in to report what he and I believe his wife saw while they drove north on I-5 near Walnut Grove or near Sacramento, generally in the Sacramento area, yesterday morning, Saturday morning, the 31st of January, 1998.
Right.
They saw an object. As they were driving north on I-5, they saw an object approaching from their right, from the eastern sky at 5:45 in the morning, and they report that they saw the object, which looked like one of these orange street lamps that you see from time to time, descend into a community near Walnut Grove, California.
Really?
We are now, or Elk Grove, California, Elk Grove, California. The object, I'm not going to share with our listeners quite yet what the reported shape of the object was, because if there are any other reports out there, we'd like to get them from those people, from the observers, witnesses.
Without tainting what they might report.
Yeah, we try not to contaminate incoming data, of course. But it underscores the fact that this is taking place all the time. The Michigan tape, of course, hops one theory, one myth, that these sightings don't occur on radar, one. Number two, they don't occur around populated areas. Many of our listeners may not know where Holland, Michigan is, but it's right, as you pointed out, perhaps right on the eastern shore of Lake Michigan, directly northeast of Chicago, sort of directly east of Milwaukee. And that's right in an area where aircraft coming from the east to land at O'Hare are beginning their descent into the Chicago area. And I think they cited altitudes of between 6,000 and 11,000 feet. That's intermixed with, no doubt, many aircraft, the crews of which may have seen those objects 4 years ago.
It would be interesting to have some of the control tower tapes.
Yes.
That would run simultaneously with this as well. No question about it. I mean, that man watched these objects, well, for how long? For about 30 or 40 minutes we sat here and we listened to the fellow say, look, there they are. Yeah. Oh, my God, look at them. Now there's four of them, and they would go, and then they would suddenly reappear miles and miles and miles farther on.
They could cover tens of miles, apparently, in a very, very short period of time. A couple brief stories. One, our center here, my predecessor, Robert Gribble, played a significant role in alerting people out in Michigan as to what was going on. They had taken one call, and Bob Gribble quickly called the state director of Michigan, who in turn, I believe, alerted the National Weather Service rather than the FAA. The FAA does not have much discretionary radar, is my understanding, but the National Weather Service does. They can turn on a radar and direct it or focus it in any direction.
So they call the right people.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason that people were alerted to this. Also, one thing I can add to that Michigan report 4 years ago is at about the same time that was all occurring over Michigan, we had a dramatic sighting reported to me personally over the University District of Seattle. One of my very good friends from a coffee house where I am a frequent denizen called me over when I walked into the coffee house that Tuesday night, the 8th of March, 1994, and he said, Peter, have I got a story to tell to you? And he said, sit down here and listen to this. Just a few minutes prior, he and a girlfriend had been walking north on the University Avenue in the University District of Seattle. They had had an object come from behind them at altitude directly overhead. He said it looked like burning magnesium, brighter than a flashbulb, that came from the southeast, went right over their heads, headed north, and then it did a triple sudden jinking turn, left and right, left and right. Then it did about 180-degree turn back to the southeast, and went streaking and disappeared behind buildings.
Anyway, Peter, we've got to break off here. It's the top of the hour. We'll be back with Peter Davenport. More audio for you and your calls. This is Dreamland. On Friday morning, my wife and I were on our way home to Bakersfield from Las Vegas. We went through your town of Pahrump, a lot bigger than I thought it would be, as we were going out of the city limits on 372 and crossed into California. Just happened to look up and see an F-117 flying about 200 feet off the ground. It was coming from the southwest, crossed the road above us, moved off to the northeast, just to the north of Pahrump. It was flying so slow perhaps 200 miles an hour at best, and so quiet I couldn't hear it from our van running. Well, better get. Great show tonight. Bob listening to KERN in Bakersfield. Once again from Seattle, Washington, and the UFO Reporting Center, here is Peter Davenport. Peter?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I know you've got a number of audio clips for us, which I would like to get on the air, and I would also like to take some calls this hour. So whatever you've got, lay it on us.
We've got some buttes tonight, you're right. And let me say, while you were receiving that fax, I just took a call over the hotline. In fact, I'd prefer people didn't call us tonight because we're live and we can't take UFO reports while we're on the radio. But took a report from a gentleman who called from South Westminster, California. He was reporting his sighting within the last day or two. I don't know the exact date yet. But let's go on to the next audio cut I have. This was made just about 2 years ago. It comes from Michigan. I don't mean to pick on those folks tonight. We seem to be coming down hard on them. But a lot of people think that UFOs are not seen from aircraft or near commercial aircraft. I would like to play for our listeners tonight about a 2-minute and 15-second audio cut of a conversation I had with a commuter pilot from the state of Michigan, from Saginaw, I believe. And we'll leave to our listeners' discretion what this man may have bumped into over Saginaw, Michigan. This was on the 27th of February, 1996, just about 2 years ago. Let me play what he had to report. He and his co-pilot and a plane load of passengers saw about 16,000 feet above Michigan 2 years ago. Here we go.
Okay.
What'd you see? We were between layers of clouds. There was a layer at about 3,500 feet, which was tops. Couldn't see any lights from any cities. We went through Cleveland and Detroit. You couldn't see anything. We were in the clear at 16,000 feet. There was another layer, I'd say about 20,000 feet above us. You couldn't see the moon. So we were definitely, you couldn't see any light out from nothing else. I'd say, now Cleveland would have this better than I would. I'd reckon we were about 90 miles out of Saginaw, Michigan. And out of nowhere, it just appeared this big, bright, white light right in front of us. And, you know, I was concerned that it was going to hit us. You know, I just figured it was another airplane, and we just, all of a sudden, it turned on its lights, and there it was. It was airborne because we asked for lower, because, I mean, this was at the same altitude as we were, so I wanted to get lower. So we started to go lower. I descended through 9,500 feet, and I was looking at it, and it was above us. Cleveland was trying to get an altitude and location report, and I said, I believe something on the tape said, I said it was about 10,000 feet. And I said, I will guarantee you it is airborne. Well, we were cleared down to 4,000 feet at that time. And I started to level off. And I looked up, and it was right in our window again. And when it would jump, it was a matter of less than a second. It was over there. But you could see like a, I don't know, flash. Like a, I don't know. Just a little trail of the path it took. You know, if it was just myself and my first officer that saw it, to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't have said nothing. I probably would have told him to keep his mouth shut because I'm not getting into all this stuff. But other aircraft saw it at the same time when I did. There was a Northwest commuter that saw it, and another private airplane was a puffball. And then around it, like a ring of, and the first officer I was flying with, we couldn't even depict a color. It was just fluorescent swirl of bright light. Bright, different light. It wasn't like a red or green, nothing.
A fluorescent swirl?
Fluorescent swirl of white light. Later in the conversation with this pilot, he described it as a frisbee-looking object with lights around the periphery of it. We heard him say that it could streak out, leaving a streak of light
in the atmosphere, and then it would streak back, so it was right on the nose of his aircraft. He requested clearance to descend. He was at 16,000 feet between layers, flying to the northwest over Saginaw, Michigan. He got clearance to descend. He put the nose of the aircraft down. They went through, they hit the tops of overcast below them at 3,000 feet after having descended about 10,000 feet. He didn't know what was going to happen in those clouds. When he came out the bottoms of those clouds, the object was gone, fortunately.
Anybody who can sit out in the audience tonight and listen to all of this and not understand that this planet is being visited, I think has a closed mind, Peter.
That is my impression, too, Art. And again, my only raison d'etre, the only reason I do this, is to bring to the American public, to those individuals who might like to know what is really going on, bring to them the evidence and the information, thanks to Dreamland and Art Bell, what is really going on this planet. It is clear that the U.S. government is going to be the last ones to inform the citizens of our country what is really going on, and that they know is going on. After my meeting with representatives of the federal government just about 7 months ago, I know that they are aware of this.
Actually, you didn't tell the Dreamland audience about that. You had two representatives of the government who came to see you and identified themselves and said essentially what two. Well, if I said two, I erred. I'm not sure I've ever identified the number of people with whom I met back in May of 1997. Okay. And we did not meet in Seattle. This was a meeting on the East Coast. They called me in April. They said, we believe that the National UFO Reporting Center may have information that we could find useful. And the principal focus of their interest at that time was TWA 800. They said, we've been to some 400 websites or so. We've settled on yours as perhaps having the information that we're looking for. They said, we prefer not to be identified. We do not want the press knocking on our door. Can you meet under those terms? We said, yes, we can. We prefer openness, but if somebody has a need for discretion, we will honor that. That is our policy. I met with them, and as I reported to the coast-to-coast audience, and I will report here again, I feel it's very important, Art. They sat down for a 4-hour meeting, and at the very beginning they said, Peter, let us make our position clear so you understand where we're coming from. A, we know the UFO phenomenon is real. B, we know it is what it appears to be, namely craft, ships, or objects coming presumably from other parts of our galaxy or the universe. And C, we are a little bit worried about it. That is the reason we're meeting with you. A little bit worried about it.
Yes. And if I were to identify either the individuals and or the entity of the government where they work, 99.9% of our audience tonight would understand immediately with whom I was meeting. Again, they are not the type of people who take a half a day out in a busy schedule to meet with a UFO investigator unless they consider it to be very important.
How much of that meeting are you free to disclose?
I will talk about what we discussed openly in a general sense. They posed to me a couple of questions that were a little bit alarming to me. One was, anyway. One question they posed to me was TWA 800. Again, that was the focus of the meeting, the reason for the meeting. They have certain reservations about the information that is coming from the NTSB and the FBI with regard to the reason for that accident. The second question was the one that really shocked me, and I think I can almost duplicate it verbatim. They said, Peter, what evidence does the National UFO Reporting Center have that might suggest that there could be a body of individuals working within the federal government in an extra-constitutional fashion? That is, a group of people who are working independent, perhaps, of the Constitution, let's say in a renegade fashion, although that is my term, that is not their term. Those are questions put to me by very prestigious people in the federal government of the United States.
So you gave them essentially all you had that might be relevant?
We gave them everything I could provide them in that venue, as we will for anybody. We're an open body. We argue that all UFO data should be made available freely to the American public as a service to them. In a sense, Art, I believe that we, the National UFO Reporting Center, and the hundreds and hundreds of other serious-minded UFO investigators and organizations across the country serve as a sentry, if you will, to the American people. We have a responsibility, as no doubt you, Art Bell, feel to your listeners and the American public, to get this information out to people such that they may assess for themselves, with hopefully factual and objective data, what may be going on right over our heads or under our noses.
All right. I want to ask you about this, and we'll treat this subject tenderly, but for years, the major reporting agency for things of this sort has been MUFON.
Yes.
And when you see something, MUFON will send you a form, and you will fill it out. I've done it. I had one tremendous sighting of my own, as you well know.
I remember two of them, actually.
And that's right. But one really major one with the triangle. Mm-hmm. And I filled out a MUFON report and sent it in, and never heard another word. Now, you're very public. You're on my program. You're on, I presume, other programs from time to time. Mm-hmm. And you willingly tape and put out over the air exactly what you get. Generally, when you file a report with MUFON, it's my experience that it kind of disappears into a black hole, and the public really never hears about it.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard these comments, but I must say, Art, that I'm really not comfortable in discussing what other people or other organizations do in this field.
How do you know?
The field is rife with these internecine battles that take place between personalities, and first of all, I choose to avoid it. It drains my energy and wastes my time. Number two, I feel this is perhaps not the proper venue for airing dirty laundry, if there would be any in this case.
It may be just a matter of bureaucracy, Peter. In other words, your organization is small, fast, reactive. MUFON is rather large and has a nationwide bureaucracy.
They have done a tremendous service. Walt Andrus in particular.
I've interviewed him a number of times, Peter.
Decades of his life to see to it that information is collected, that an organization is built. He is to be nothing but highly commended.
Wouldn't you imagine that the people who came to see you would have gone to see the people at MUFON as well?
They may have. I don't know. I presume MUFON would be as discreet as we try to be, in which case we would have heard nothing from them. We would expect to hear nothing from them under any circumstance if they made a pledge to honor that anonymity of the people who came to us.
Okay.
They may have gone to other people as well.
All right. If you have any other tapes you'd like to share with the audience, let us do that now. At the bottom of the hour, coming out of that, we'll take some phone calls.
Why don't I play a short one? A lot of people think that these UFOs do not appear in settled areas, let's say. Let me play a short tape. I think it's only about a minute or a minute and a half. A report we got from a young woman just a mile north of downtown Seattle, in which she reports what she saw on the 2nd of January, Friday night. Here we go.
All right.
Okay, sure. I was on my roof with my telescope looking at the moon, and I was just gazing up in the sky, and there was an airplane that was kind of crossing the moon, and of course I was just staring at it, and right across where the airplane was flying, of course the airplane was at a higher altitude than this object, and I'm staring in the sky, and it was this huge looking, almost boomerang-looking shaped object with about, I would say, 50 to 70 lights, and they were dull lights. They were about maybe orange, yellow, but very dull, almost like a rust color. And they weren't flashing, and it was just kind of moving very slow across the sky. And it was going towards, I would say it was going east. Maybe not east, well, I would say east. And it was just kind of moving really slow, and then it kind of went over this golf course that was just built around my area, and it's a really very illuminated golf course, and when it got to the lights, it just kind of disappeared. I couldn't see the lights anymore.
That was a mile south of downtown Seattle.
Boy.
I must say that we received but one report on this. This is not confirmation of the event. And this young woman was very sincere, very bright. As you can hear, she's very eloquent.
Obviously.
And she was out testing a new telescope that her boyfriend had given her for Christmas. And if it were not for hundreds of other reports that the UFO Reporting Center here in Seattle has received, much like this. In fact, we got a doozy of a report from England in response to the Coast to Coast program Wednesday night.
Really?
Very, very similar in appearance to what this young woman just described in this audio cut. And we are getting reports of those things from all over the country, in fact, from around the world now, thanks to the Internet and thanks to the Art Bell programs. This appears to be happening with, I would say, from my standpoint, an alarming frequency.
All right. I want to do as I did the other night, and I want to tell everybody in the audience that your organization is a volunteer organization. It's a nonprofit organization. It's an organization that operates on a severe shoestring. And if people in the audience would like to donate $5 or $10, it would be extremely welcome, and it would keep you going. And I think it's very, very important that you keep going. In fact, you should be able to add to your staff, if anything, and you're an incredibly valuable resource. So I would like you to give the phone number and or the address where people could send $5 or $10, and I know you don't want more than that.
That is correct from the standpoint of independence, and it's terribly kind of your Art to mention that issue. One of the things we'd like to do is vastly increase the amount of data we can take in and get back out to the American people. We take no salaries, but let me give that address now quickly,
Please.
if I may, and we'll give it again maybe later before the end of the program.
Sure, go ahead.
It's the National UFO Reporting Center, P.O. Box 45623. Next line is University Station. That's a post office in Seattle, and it's Seattle, Washington, and the zip code is 98145. And I am terribly grateful to not only you, but to those many people who have now sent very modest contributions to us. That's going to allow us to do a great deal more work.
I understand. Once again, the National UFO Reporting Center, P.O. Box 45623, University Station, Seattle, Washington. And what's the zip code, please?
The zip code is 98145.
98145. Very good. All right, hold tight, Peter. We're at the bottom of the hour. We're going to come back. If you have any more tape reports, we'll get those out and then go to the phones. How's that?
We do have some.
All right. Stay right where you are. I'm Art Bell. This is Dreamland. You from Jerry Glass, the State Section Director of MUFON in Riverside County, California.
Okay.
He says, let me say on the outset, Peter Davenport buys the official story, but many within MUFON do not. On April 9th, Dr. Stephen Greer was holding hearings in Washington, D.C. An A-10 was missing, Heaven's Gate debacle was taking place, Cheyenne Mountain was closed down. At the same time, an airliner traveling from Alaska to San Francisco spotted a gigantic UFO. It was sighted from the ground. A GOES-9 satellite picked up and photographed a UFO purported to be 25 miles in length. The satellite photo, later said to be a computer glitch. However, it was picked up on the satellite's 5 different sensors, including heat-seeking. Therefore, it could not have been an illusion. Best regards, Jerry Glass, State Section Director, MUFON, Riverside County, California.
Yeah. It's an interesting comment, and I would probably agree with a lot of what he says. I believe at this stage, Art, that the news that we broke over your program may have been in error on the GOES-9 satellite. I talked to the very engineer who built the satellite, who was quite familiar with the data telemetry system, and I am satisfied tentatively that that engineer knew exactly what he was talking about, and we stand corrected by what he has shared with us. It looks as though that was a data drop. When the system does not send telemetry accurately because of a check in the system, it just drops that data. And it is my belief at this stage, without proof, that what we reported over coast to coast that night was probably an error, but it was based on 4 or 5 solid pieces of evidence with regard to sightings off the coast of California, a missing TR-1 or a U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. Whether that's confirmed or not, I don't know, but I don't believe one was lost. I'm not sure. But, yeah, he makes the writer of that fax makes some very good points. There was a lot going on back in that time.
All right, very good. Do you have any further audio clips you want to play for us? I think you do.
We do. I have about a... Let's go into the issue of close encounters of some variety that may be taking place. I believe they're taking place between human beings on this planet and other creatures, let's call them. What I'm going to play is actually in honor of Linda Howe. She's the one who investigated this. She was the one who broke it on Dreamland one night about 2 years ago. This is a short, I think it's about a 2-minute clip of a very, very strange interaction that took place near Doylestown, Pennsylvania, just north of Philadelphia. A lot of people think still that these sightings are not occurring over major metropolitan areas, and many people still think that those meteors are meteors. Let's play a clip, about 2 minutes, of what happened to a young fellow just north of Doylestown. I think he's on Route 313 out of Doylestown. Here we go.
All right.
What happened?
Well, okay. This is the best I can describe it. I was driving my van east on route. I wrote it all down. I was driving my van east on Route 313 in Bedminster Township, Pennsylvania.
Where is that roughly, east or west?
It's southeast Pennsylvania.
Okay.
It's near Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And it was approximately 2:30 a.m.
Yeah.
First thing I saw was 3 shooting stars, one right after the other. They were very, very bright. Like the brightest I'd seen. They were right in front of me. They were off in the sky in the distance. So I just thought, cool, shooting stars.
Yeah.
Didn't think a whole lot of it. I was driving down the road. It was like 2 or 3 minutes after that. They were bluish green in color. I was driving my truck when all of a sudden the engine in my truck turned off. The lights turned off in my truck. I was going down a hill, a steep hill, but the truck stopped. It stopped kind of abruptly, but my body wasn't thrown forward into the windshield or anything. Everything just stopped. I don't know how else to describe this except I felt something move through my truck.
Really?
You ever go to a rock and roll concert?
Years ago, yes.
Okay, you ever see one of these laser beams they shoot out across the
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, it felt like that, but only it wasn't some... I may seem a little hysterical right now, I'm sorry.
I'm sure, I know they're upsetting. It can be upsetting experiences.
Well, what freaked me out was, after that happened, after I felt something pass through the truck, I couldn't move my body. I went to turn my ignition. The first thing I thought was, my truck started, and I went to turn at first I reached up and I turned my ignition key and nothing happened. I mean, it didn't click, it didn't anything. The truck was on the hill, it was stopped dead. Then I felt this thing that I can only describe that way. There's no color to it. That's the only way I can describe it. And I couldn't move my hand. I went to turn the key and I couldn't move my hand. I wasn't scared or anything at the time. I was perfectly calm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess maybe I was in shock or something.
That was 2 years ago, Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and we have many reports like this. It's not just 1 or 2 or a handful, Art. We have many reports like this. This gentleman, whom we just listened to, sounded very sincere to me. We could hear the alarm, perhaps even the shock in his voice. This call came in about 1 o'clock in the morning, about 4 o'clock his time. He could not go to sleep after this incident.
I'm not surprised the government's knocking on your door.
Yeah. It's certainly taking place
And again, I think it's imperative that the American people understand this. This incident, by the way, occurred just 2 days before that incident over Saginaw, Michigan, the tape that we played just before the break. These were very close to one another. This was the night of the 24th or 25th of February 1996, and that incident with the commuter airliner occurred on the 27th of February 1996. Whether there's any correlation between these two incidents or not, I can only guess. But it's taking place. One short addendum to that incident over Saginaw with the commuter airliner, a major newspaper article was written by the largest newspaper, by a journalist at the largest newspaper in Ohio. I don't know that we have to name names here. But he wrote an elegant article. He talked to the pilot. He somehow obtained an early copy, an unofficial copy, of the radio communication between that aircraft and the FAA in both Cleveland and elsewhere.
Really?
It was handled by several centers. The journalist listened to the tapes. He talked to the pilot. He talked to the